Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Our chief guest, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, Governor Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, will be arriving shortly. Thank you for your patience.
towards cooperation and towards the slow but steady construction of a more harmonious region. Ladies and gentlemen, the Institute of Regional Studies has, over recent years, emerged as one of Pakistan's preeminent think tanks, a crucible for rigorous research, spirited debate, and actionable policy insight. IRS has become a vital sounding geopolitics. IRS has become a vital sounding board for decision makers navigating the shoals of geopolitics and governance, helping them separate the wheat from the chaff in an era saturated with a lot of noise. As we embark upon today's deliberations, let us set aside old assumptions. Let us remember that great undertakings often begin with improbable conversations. We are not merely discussing ideas. We are, in a very real sense, architects of possibility, builders of bridges across some of the world's most treacherous divides. On behalf of the Institute of Regional Studies, I extend to the Governor, Faisal Karim Kundi Saab, and each of you my sincere gratitude for your presence. And not just for your presence, but for your engagement and your commitment to the cause of peace and prosperity in these challenging times. May today's conversations light a candle in the darkness and to chart a course towards a better tomorrow. I thank you all. Pakistan, Ahmedabad.
Thank you, President, for those powerful words and reminding us for critical need to align dialogue with development and peace. It is with great honor and humility that I stand before you today to mark this new beginning of the second day. Together, we embark on a journey of progress, unity, and purpose. We are honored to have among us the Honorable Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, Mr. Faisal Karim Kundi, whose experience and leadership bring valuable insight to this timely discussion. So we are privileged to have you with us. I now request you to deliver the keynote address. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, fellow citizens, organization of IRS, Senator Mushahid Hussain Saab, good morning and Assalamu alaikum. I am honored to witness this August flagship conference of foreign policy for a better future, aligning diplomacy with development goals, which is directly linked with diplomatic, political, economic objectives, and to both our national and provincial progress. I also like to pay my sincere gratitude to President, International Regional Studies, and other management for organizing such an important conference during ongoing tense situation between India and Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to start my speech with the quote of Jinnah, the Qaid, who says, "The foundation of our foreign policy is friendship with all nations across the globe." Keeping in view the current scenario, Pakistan has recently been actively engaged in comprehensive diplomacy in an era defined by global challenges such as climate change, inequality, and conflict. Diplomacy must evolve. It must focus not just on political alliances, but on creating opportunities for people. A forward-looking foreign policy is one that places human development, economic growth, and peace at its core. Pakistan foreign policy has shifted towards a geo-economic vision, one that emphasizes connectivity, trade, and sustainable partnerships. We seek regional peace not for political gain, but to unlock our potential as a bridge between South and Central Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province holds strategic importance in this framework. As a frontier province, we are central to regional connectivity, trade routes, and cross-border cooperation. Yet to truly benefit from foreign relations, our diplomacy must address the developmental needs of our people. In my point of view, foreign engagements should support investment in education and youth skills, infrastructure development that benefits rural areas, climate-smart agriculture and energy projects, and social initiatives that promote inclusion and gender equality. By aligning our diplomacy with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, we open doors to international funding partnerships and innovation. We must ensure that our foreign missions and diplomatic platforms project not just political narratives, but also local development priorities. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa youth, women, entrepreneurs, and vulnerable communities must all benefit from our international relations and partnerships. Moreover, our youth, the backbone of the society, deserve international exposures, scholarships, exchange programs, and digital collaboration can empower them to become global citizens and future leaders. In conclusion, development and diplomacy must go hand in hand. Our foreign policy should be reflection of our people's need and a roadmap for their progress. Together, let us work towards future where diplomacy is not just a tool of negotiation, but a driver of dignity, prosperity, and peace. In the end, I would say whatever the ambassador said about the Pak-India tension. Pakistan always believe in dialogues, but dialogues are not the weakness of Pakistan. We are ready for any adventure from India. Previously, India has done adventure a few years back when their Air Force hit Pakistan areas, and we were capable of giving them reply. So Pakistan defense is in safe hand, and our defense is capable to counter India any adventure, and all the nation stands behind the defense forces of Pakistan. Thank you very much, Pakistan. Paindaba.
Thank you, Honorable Governor, for your compelling remarks and for shedding light on the pressing challenges and policy imperatives in the security landscape of Pakistan and the region at large. May I now invite Ambassador George Salim, President, IRS, to please present a token of appreciation to Honorable Governor, Mr. Faisal Kareem Kundi. Thank everyone for your patience and for our esteemed guests for the time during this inaugural session. This brings us to the end of our session. Please be seated afterwards as session 4 will begin shortly. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. If everyone could settle down, please. We're starting the session. Esteemed panelists, honorable guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of the China Program Institute of Regional Studies, I'm pleased to welcome you to the fourth session of the Regional Dialogue 2025, titled China's Vision for Modernization, Prospects for Regional Prosperity. To deliberate on the subject, we are fortunate to have an illustrious panel. This session will be chaired by Senator Mushahid Hussain Sayyid, Chairman, Pakistan China Institute. Sir. The panelists include Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, former Finance Minister and Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. Mr. Haroon Sharif, former Minister of State and Chairman of Pakistan Board of Investment. Professor Gao Jian, who is joining virtually, Senior Expert and Secretary General of Shanghai Academy of Global Governance and Area Studies at Shanghai International Studies University. Professor Jiang Qingmin, Goya Distinguished Professor and Chair Department of Diplomacy, School of International Studies, Peking University. And Mr. Wang Huihua, Chairman, China Chamber of Commerce in Pakistan. It is a pleasure to invite honorable panelists and chair to come to the stage. Now I'd like to request session chair, Senator Mushahid Hussain, to please proceed with the session.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And a very warm ni hao to our Chinese friends, Mr. Wang Qingmin and Mr. Wang Huihua. Welcome. Your Excellency, the Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. He is a tough guy in a tough province, in a tough neighborhood. And he is, mashallah, fighting the battle for Pakistan and doing a great job. Welcome, sir, from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, from Peshawar. Asfar Hasan Saab, who is I would say, he is the investment guru of Pakistan. And I wish the government would take his advice more seriously when they talk of investment from Arab countries. Thank you, sir. Other distinguished guests, the Honorable Ambassador Johar Salim Sahab, and you, under your watch, have revived, revitalized, and rejuvenated the Institute of Regional Studies. And I've had an old association with your institute because when I was information minister, it was part of the Ministry of Information, and I was the chairman of your board of governors. And we had a very good interaction because this was the premier think tank established in 1981 to focus on India and the region. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar Sahiba, it's always a pleasure. She is an iconic personality, a lady who has established her credentials as a leading economic specialist of Pakistan, not just in Pakistan, but also over Asia. She was in the Asian Development Bank in Manila, governor of the State Bank, Minister of Finance, etc., etc., etc. And she would have continued, but she has a very bad habit of speaking her mind and saying, no, sir. She is not the yes, sir type, but good, always speak to power. So welcome to our friends. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is on China. It's about China, China's modernization. And I would like to tell my friends from China that this morning I was reading the New York Times. The New York Times has a front page article today, and I think it shows how the world has evolved. It is written by Eric Schmidt, the chairman of Google, and it says, China tech beginning to pull ahead. And they say in this article in the New York Times, China is at parity or pulling ahead of the United States in a variety of technologies, notably at the AI frontier. And it has developed a real edge in how it disseminates, commercializes, and manufactures tech. So this is a huge transformation that we see, ladies and gentlemen, in the world today when we talk of China's modernization. And I would also like to quote two other interesting studies that have been done on this subject. One was a recent cover story, which was there in The Economist. And it says, China, the scientific superpower. And in that study, they say the old science order, dominated by Japan, the US, and Europe, is now coming to an end. And that how China is now dominating science and technology, where out of 10 top universities in science and technology, 6 are in China. Mr. Harun Sharif, a very warm welcome. Harun Sabab, you are on the extreme left. Thank you. You are on the right side of history, sir. And welcome, Mr. Harun Sharif. Of course, needs no introduction. He's been chairman of the Board of Investment. He's a person who has a thinking vision for connectivity in the region, especially vis-a-vis China and Central Asia, and has worked with the Asian Development Bank, or World Bank, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And the other study which has been done on science and technology, but how China's modernization has evolved into China's major role in science and technology, was done by Harvard University. And that study of Harvard University is on the internet. It's authored by Professor Graham Allison. It's a 52-page study. It's called The Great Tech Rivalry, China versus the United States. And they say also what has been said by today's New York Times, that China is overtaking the United States in high-tech manufacturing, artificial intelligence, robotics, cloud computing, 5G, STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So this is a transformational moment. Or as the president of China, Xi Jinping, has said, that we are witnessing once-in-a-century changes. And at the center of that change is the peaceful rise of China and its emergence in different areas. And here I would like to also extend my warmest appreciation, our sincerest thanks to China, that in this moment of crisis, of difficulty, of tensions in the region and for Pakistan faced with external aggression, China, as always, has stood like a rock, standing solidly with Pakistan. Thank you, sir, for your support. And your support is a source of strength for the people of Pakistan. And likewise, you can count on Pakistan to stand by China as an all-weather friend at all times on all core issues. So thank you very much. And we will start this session now. And since we are all very gallant gentlemen, ladies first. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar Saiba, we start with you. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum to all the distinguished delegates. First of all, let me recognize Governor of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'm honored that you're staying to listen to this session. my dear friend and colleague, Asfar, who's always looking at his mobile. I'm honored that you made it to be here. Most of all, to Ambassador Johar Salim. He has done an incredible job of structuring this event. I sat through the whole day, and I must pay tribute to him, not only for his excellent organization, conceptual design of this event, but also his patience with every speaker. Some spoke for 1 hour. Also, Mushahid Saab, it's an honor to be somewhere where you are chairing the session.
It's my pleasure.
Badi mehrbani. And our colleagues from China. I have to say, China, I have very compassionate feelings because I have worked on China for almost 30, 40 years in different capacities in my international organization. One of the things that I recall when Mushahid Saab was speaking was a very proud moment when our Chinese foreign minister then, who's now the state counselor, a very important political operator on the scene, very sensible diplomat. He signed an agreement with me on Belt and Road Initiative. It was the historic first agreement that he signed, and he did so in my capacity as the Undersecretary of the United Nations. So very fond memories of China, navigated all the corridors, various provinces, states, and learned firsthand of what they have achieved. Great nation, and my tribute to all the Chinese for being partners of Pakistan. So distinguished guests, consistent with today's deliberation, I plan to touch on 3 key themes of the conference as articulated in the concept note by the organizers. First, to briefly touch on China's modernization and its impact on regional and world economy. Second, to lay out the evolution and dynamics of the Belt and Road Initiative. And third, to conclude with challenges and opportunities offered by modernization of the BRI future to be reinforced by China's own modernization that is going to have positive spillovers to the world economy at a moment when there are negative trends in the air. For years, China has advocated fostering global and regional growth and sustainability on every frontier. Growth sustainability, socioeconomic sustainability, environmental sustainability. At 2025 National People's Congress, and I read President Xi Jinping's speech at the NPC, he resolved to unleash modernization to foster new quality productive forces. And this NQPF is going to be the real driver, maintaining but accelerating the momentum of the change. He talked about coordinated development across regions, promoting urban and rural revitalization, green and low carbon development, and breakthrough in solar and new energy vehicles, integrated circuits, artificial intelligence, quantum physics breakthroughs, communications, and many other fields. In a world of both transformation and turbulence, China further resolved to augment global growth and governance reforms and deepen cooperation and solidarity across the global South. To reinforce Belt and Road cooperation, China promoted the BRI by leveraging Shanghai Cooperation Organization. And I can tell you, I was there, and we have a very solid Shanghai Cooperation Organization supported by its member state. Pakistan is a member. BRICS, a new institution that has also augmented the flow of resources to all our member countries. APEC, I have had the honor of serving the secretariat of APEC when I was at the Asian Development Bank as Director General, and G20 to foster world peace and stability. China's strengths in innovation, science and technology, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth are benefiting engagement partners. The changing global landscape and trends emerging from US stance have generated unprecedented uncertainties and demand transformation from the old growth drivers to new ones. Nothing that China cannot navigate through peacefully and with the support of all its members. China, as you all know, is the second largest economy in the world, with GDP of US $18 trillion, growing to be fast, growing at an accelerated pace. And it's a global manufacturing hub with exports of 3.5 trillion. Largest trading hub. Transformation of China helped lift up its 800 million out of poverty. And I saw how they achieved it as a student of China, and has supported prosperity of millions across Asia. China has developed scientific and technological cooperation with more than 160 countries and regions, and has signed 118 intergovernmental agreements to support these collaboration. And we all witnessed the signature in China. With sustainable development being a key component of China's energy policy, clean energy has cemented itself as the leading player in solar power production, accounting for nearly 45% of the world's installed solar capacity. China is also a key player in artificial intelligence and big data applications, and has advanced its digital ecosystem. China has leveraged its tech expertise to foster technological cooperation in global markets. I would like to take a few minutes now to delve into the Belt and Road Initiative and its ambition to achieve high-quality development. Let me offer 8 perspectives on this. First, address the question of how significant is the Belt and Road Initiative. It is a global infrastructure development strategy announced by His Excellency President Xi Jinping during official visits to Kazakhstan and Indonesia in 2013. You may think I'm exaggerating, but since this was my region all across Asia, and I was also in New York as Undersecretary, I was there at the signature ceremony. Particularly in Kazakhstan, we celebrated a lot. And then Indonesia, that also joined. As UN Undersecretary, I saw this unfolding. I can't tell you how exciting it was. Foreign Minister Wong, as I said, now counselor, signed the first agreement with UNESCAP in UN New York premises. If you go to my Instagram, you will see his picture where he was signing with me. China engaged 149 countries, 30 international organizations, accounting for 2/3 of world's population and 40% of global GDP. China has spent an estimated 1 trillion on BRI, and experts predict that over the life of BRI, China's investment on this critical initiative could reach and probably also overshoot $8 trillion. So you can see how China is there to influence the world. The second point is worth highlighting as that BRI is a transcontinental initiative. When I was negotiating and completed the Sustainable Development Goals, there were 4 members, Under-Secretary Generals, that were appointed by Ban Ki-moon, the former Secretary General of the UN. We actually developed what's called the Sustainable Development Goals, and I'm sure you all are familiar with it. There's 17 goals, and we are lagging behind Pakistan, but so are a number of other developing countries because of lack of resources. This transcontinental initiative aims to enhance regional connectivity and cooperation. Main hub on the horizon at that time was really the landlocked countries of Central Asian republics, who couldn't move around with goods and transports in an efficient manner and had to go in a roundabout manner. So, bolstering connectivity and cooperation, BRI has developed 6 urban development corridors, as well as maritime Silk Road across Asia, Africa, and Europe through a network of railways, ports, energy pipelines, and digital infrastructure. A third point worth highlighting is, what does China gain from this initiative? Experts see BRI as one of the main avenues of a bolder Chinese strategy under President Xi Jinping, as a way for China to develop new trade linkages, cultivate and nurture export markets, boost Chinese incomes, and export China's excess capacity, productive capacity. At the G20, all the G20 members told China that you need to really enhance your domestic demand to be able to reduce your surpluses in the current account. Today, China has attempted to do it, but at the pace at which it is growing, it's inevitable that it will have surpluses. It, of course, allows China an opportunity to redraw trade maps around the world and provide it geopolitical leverage over BRI countries. Chinese leaders are determined to restructure the economy, its own and of other member economies, to shift producing higher value-added goods and services. At the same time, China is motivated to boost economic links to its Western region, which historically has been neglected. I mean, the Shenzhen and other, not the Shenzhen, but on the Western side, the neglected and underdeveloped regions. The fourth point is, what does the BRI mean for the world? The BRI targets development not only for China, but for the world at large. The economic globalization dominated by a few countries that has not contributed to the common development that delivers benefits to all. Instead, it has widened the wealth gap between rich and poor, between developed and developing countries, and within developed countries. China has not only benefited from economic globalization, that United States laid the foundation and China went ahead under the pressure of the world to embrace globalization. Today, it's the reverse trend. US is shunning globalization, and China is on top of operating in a global world. China has achieved rapid economic growth through positive interactions with the rest of the world and explored a unique path towards modernization, expanding the options for other developing countries to achieve modernization too. The Belt and Road Initiative is also a Chinese participating countries in tandem helping out to make economic globalization more dynamic, inclusive, sustainable, and ensure that more of the fruits will be shared more equitably by people across the world. China has shared the benefits of its modernization and economic globalization. My fifth point. How has BRI evolved? This year marks the 12th anniversary of the Belt and Road Initiative. Over the years, the BRI has evolved from a vision into a reality, from journal framework into concrete projects, becoming the world's most popular international public good and the largest international cooperation platform. BRI has evolved from its ambitious beginning into a framework focused on high-quality development, emphasizing environmental and socio-economic sustainability and people-centered development. In a world where unilateralism and protectionism are rising and creating global economic uncertainty, the BRI offers a platform for open cooperation, providing greater stability and certainty for developing nations and fostering regional economic growth. My sixth point, what are BRI's high-quality development objectives? BRI aims to be aligned with regional and international development agendas. It could be the World Bank, it could be United Nations, a combination of other multilaterals to generate complementary effects by promoting alignment between strategies, plans, and mechanisms, and strengthen connectivity in terms of policies, rules, and standards. All the member states of the United Nations meet in New York several times, and there is a huge opportunity which has been put into practice of this alignment process. It has also embraced the private sector. There is a special platform in New York of the Global Private Group that has embraced this framework. BRI will promote land, maritime, air, has been promoting and will promote more land, maritime, air, and cyber connectivity by concentrating on key corridors and cities, advancing major cooperation projects in an orderly manner, and ensuring that the goal of building high quality, sustainable, risk resistant, affordable, inclusive, and accessible infrastructure is followed in projects at every stage of their development. BRI aims to deepen practical economic trade and investment cooperation by upgrading trade and investment cooperation and integration with Belt and Road partner countries, and actively develop Silk Road e-commerce. BRI will deepen people-to-people cooperation in areas including public health, digital economy, green development, science, technology, education, art, and culture to boost exchanges between parliamentary bodies, political parties, and non-governmental organization, and thank you, and build closer contacts between groups such as women, young people, and people with disabilities to facilitate multifaceted people-to-people exchanges. At UN, we organized all these platforms for young disabled people to be able to rope them into it and make them feel like the proper citizens. And youth, of course, is going to carry this forward. My seventh, this is the second last point, that challenges faced towards BRIs. What are the challenges faced towards BRI's high quality development objective? BRI's high quality objective faces roadblocks related to required design, skill, and resources. Legal frameworks to address common issues, synergistic scientific and technological cooperation, and skilled personnel across the value chain are required for its success. Furthermore, the initiative could face potential political and economic headwinds from partner countries with weak governance, political instability, and economic vulnerabilities. The complexity of developing sustainable infrastructure and combining infrastructure investment with improved policies for fostering trade and investment demands a comprehensive policy framework beyond a mere focus on individual projects. China's own institutional challenges related to fragmentation between its central and local governments and structural constraints imposed on Chinese businesses are potential impediments to the objective. But I do want to underscore that there is a race between the provinces and the states to be able to meet the vision of President Xi. And you can witness on the borders of Harbinger and several other borders where I visited that they are very passionate about trying to promote cross-border relationships. My eighth and last point, opportunities do exist despite challenges to deliver on high-quality development objective. BRI efforts should align development strategies and market demands of partner countries to leverage complementarity strengths for common growth. By creating an open innovation ecosystem, including knowledge, technology, and talent can be harnessed and facilitated, backed by required global technological governance and intellectual property. To strengthen cooperation, the World Trade Organization framework and multilateral cooperation and governance mechanism should be further harnessed. You will not believe how much effort it took for us to bring China to WTO. And today, US is shunning WTO in different ways by what it has done. tariffs high tariffs are not the religion of WTO. Let me now conclude. China's economy hopes to regain momentum in 2025, fueled by a series of stimulus policies rolled out since September 2024. These include interest rate cuts, real estate sector support, and expanded public spending, which they can afford, and a wave of enterprise globalization driven by enhanced what is called the Commerce Plus finance policies, in which China aims to drive its own economy, but also others. Its own economy estimated to be 5%, to reach 5% growth target. And 5% growth target for such a large economy is very substantive, as you'll appreciate. In 2025, however, the world is being reshaped by two transformative forces: the resurgence of protectionist trade measures and rapid escalation of artificial intelligence. The United States reintroduction of reciprocal tariffs and sometimes unilateral, mostly unilateral at this stage, has triggered ripple effects across global markets. Believe it, it's also hit our Pakistan Stock Exchange. The nervousness, it has disrupted supply chains, investment flows, and long-standing frameworks of economic cooperation. Concurrently, artificial intelligence is driving unprecedented transformation in how industries operate. And this force will offset the damage. In financial services, it is redefining decision-making, redefining operational models, redefining customer engagement, and risk management practices. From generative AI to agent-based automation, the pace of adoption is not only reshaping business strategies, but also raising fundamental questions around governance, ethics, and systemic resilience. Adapting to Trump 2.0, that is, escalating protectionist policies, create a challenge to China's export-driven model. On top of tariffs, Chinese companies are under pressure to transfer intellectual property to European businesses in select industry, something they have been pushing for, and they find this to be an opportune time when China is trying to divert its trade to Europe. China is adopting a proactive and strategic approach, diversifying its trade strategy with support of international partnerships, and expanding markets is likely to mitigate the effects of US protectionism. Joining the world of intellectual property rights, in my view, is very much to the advantage of China, and it can negate some of these feelings within Europe, and Europe will embrace China because there is already a tradition of partnership between China and Europe, which is long-standing. If you recall, there are road and rail links that they have financed. So thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an honor to meet you and to address you.
Thank you. Wonderful speech. Thank you. Thank you, Governor Saab, for your presence, and it was a pleasure to welcome you here. And I'd also like to welcome General Nasser Janjua, thinking journal and expert on Afghanistan and strategic issues. Thank you, sir. And thank you very much, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, for your insights on BRI and the way you have explained it, I think maybe we might see a book in the offing from your side. And I'd like to add that she mentioned about $1 trillion in investment by BRI, which is in 3,000 different projects in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Europe. Please do. Yes. Please do.
That I'm a straight speaker. Not really, I can be diplomatic, I've been a
Speak
diplomat.
straight.
But I have to say, one of the reasons I left Islamabad was my father was dying of COVID and my mother has been unfortunately bedridden. I'm there for their service besides my country.
Oh, very good. That's a applause to the dutiful daughter. And I think that's family values are the center of Asian values and values of the global South. We are proud of you, ma'am, both personally and professionally. Thank you. And also I'd like to add that out of the 193 members of the United Nations today, 140 countries have more trade with China than they have with the United States. And last year, 2024, China had a trade surplus of $1 trillion. And regarding the growth rate, if I may add that in the first quarter of this year, it was 5.4%. So it's a day. Now, thank you so much. And now we'd like to invite a friend from China, Professor Gao Jian, online. He's Secretary General of the Shanghai Academy of Global Governance from the area studies of Shanghai International Studies University. Professor Gao Jian, over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, President. And dear all, thank you for thank Institute of Regional Studies to invite me here. And it's my great honor to have the opportunity to share my views with you about China's very core conception of the community of shared future for mankind. However, since Dr. Akhtar has talked a lot about the practice level of a Belt and Road Initiative, I would like to approach this subject in a more theoretical level. So my topic would be why the community of a shared future for mankind is an urgent task and a very, very urgent need. Well, since we all know, ever since President Xi Jinping put forward the community with a shared future for mankind, this conception has received a very wide attention and very high recognition internationally speaking. And for the past several years, ever since 2016, and a lot of our more components of theories has been put into a shared community for mankind. For example, as we have mentioned, Global Security Initiative, Global Development Initiative, and Global Civilization Initiative. And these actually constitute the very, very fabric and concrete, integration of mankind's shared future. And also we talk about the Belt and Road Initiative. This is really a very practical platform to demonstrate the core ideas and a community of shared future for mankind. And so, now generally speaking, and with the goal of promoting equal and orderly multipolarity and inclusive and beneficial economic globalization, now we can see that China's conception and idea has been fully demonstrated. And China provided its solution and made its contribution to the world to maintain peace and the development world. However, today, what I'm going to emphasize is that, may I just mention that, actually, very much often this concept is discussed in the international strategy circles. What I mean is that now in the world's diplomacy, we often talk about a community of a shared future for mankind. And obviously, this is very much in response to the world today. As we have talked about, the world is now undergoing profound changes, which is unseen in a century. and the trends towards political multipolarity, economic globalization, cultural diversity, social informatization are very much irreversible. And which is true that the world is more and more connected with each other. We are more and more interdependent with each other. Now we say we are living in a global village. However, although we live in the same global village, it does not necessarily mean that we can live and we can coexist harmoniously. As we all know, the Cold War mentality is still very much persistent, and the zero-sum games and the law of jungles in the economic sphere is still very much popular. In the pursuit of hegemony and the power politics in real political realm, the notions of Western-centric civilization and the Western culture in the supremacy or the superiority of the Western culture in the culture domain are still very much existent to a large extent. So talking about these stuff, what I'm going to say is that a fundamental question requires an in-depth discussion. That is, what exactly lies at the root of today's increasingly turbulent international landscape? Why do the ghost of hegemony and the power politics still haunt in the 21st century's international relations? When certain Western politicians say developing countries like China must never be allowed to into high-tech sectors, what does that mean? And what is the underlying logic behind such rhetorics? I do believe it is not sufficient and it is very much inadequate if we just examine the theory of the community with a shared future for mankind from the diplomatic or international relations perspective. A nation's foreign strategy or foreign policy is an extension of its domestic politics. It embodies its cultural ideology and its core value. So when someone talks about a global tariff war initiated by the Trump 2.0, and we must first analyze what is the fundamental realities of American domestic politics. They are highly relevant and coexistent. As we all know, the United States is the world's largest economy. However, it is also well known the United States suffers from severe social inequality. And the United States was founded on the principle of liberalism. However, we can see today, USA is a very much deeply fractured society with intense antagonism between different groups. According to reports, they have over 130 gender identities in the United States now. Now, the United States takes a lot of pride in its domestic reform and the system. However, what we witness now is an extreme partisan polarization. Trump's true adversary is not China. It has been widely recognized his true enemy is the Democratic Party. So what happened in the United States appears on the surface is to be an economic or political issue. Or we say at its core, it is actually a cultural crisis, a historical crisis of modern Western capital civilization. Ultimately speaking, the various crises today we are facing in this world originate from the developing model of capitalism modernization itself. These are the crises of modern philosophy. The crisis has been demonstrated by the spiritual foundation that give birth to capitalism modernization mode. And these are the fundamental crises of culture and intellectual paradigms. So in this sense, I would like to go deeper and further to explore what does that mean we call for a community of a shared future for mankind. China's proposal for a community with a shared future for mankind is far more than a diplomatic concept. It embodies China's profound reflection on the current state of human civilization and fully articulates China's fundamental vision for the future path of our common modernization. The Western capitalist modernization path was a product of its specific historical area. It possesses certain periodical values in the human history, and it contains absolute historical dominance. We have to admit that. However, what happened in the 21st century, 2 world wars, has declared the bankruptcy of the capitalism spirit, and the Western philosophy in the past century has fully revealed the fundamental flaws of the Western capitalism society. Now, Western modern civilization, which is built on individualism, liberal principles, maximization of personal interest, contains is actually Enlightenment culture as its very, very coercive savage. Western philosophy point out that what is deeply rooted in the Enlightenment is the spirit of savagery. How to interpret that? Classical liberalism's pointed interpersonal relations are essentially a war of all against all. This modernization model now finds itself in a profound crisis. It represents the root cause of all international contradictions today. This is not human modernization. This is the modernization of capital. This is a modernization of power politics, of jungle value. Such a developmental logic inevitably leads to a global confrontation, an outcome we categorically reject, and we strongly reject. Therefore, to talk about the shared future for mankind in the community constitutes the core philosophy of Chinese style of modernization. It represents our fundamental value of Chinese socialism with Chinese characteristics in the new era. It profoundly embodies the guiding principles and values of Chinese modernization path. And we articulate China's fundamental proposition for humanity's common value. So in theory of a community with a shared future for mankind, we can see it embodies the universal value which is shared by all humanity, while particularly highlighting the distinctive intellectual paradigm of the Chinese culture, of the Chinese nation. The spiritual essence of China's fine traditional culture and the practical principles of modern Chinese civilization has jointly shaped the theoretical connotation and the value foundation of this vision. Deeply rooted in China's cultural heritage, the theory carries prominent national characteristics and with distinctive Chinese philosophy features. Now, allow me to just mention 2 principles which is derived from the Chinese philosophy. Number 1 principle, build up a harmonious society. The Chinese philosophy believes harmony generates vitality, while uniformity leads to stagnation. It has always maintained an open and inclusive attitude towards diversity. We persistently adhere to the dialectical principle of seeking common ground while preserving differences. We followed the rule that rituals celebrate diversity while music harmonizes unity. So we uphold the moral conviction when distant peoples resist us or disagree with us, we cultivate our virtues, we improve ourselves to attract them instead of to conquer them by military means. This culture values has enabled China to build an organically unified cultural community where all members share and all members enjoy. The second principle I'm going to clarify is inclusiveness. The inclusiveness of Chinese culture stems from its practical approach in the real life and in everyday's life. Chinese people keep its open-mindedness towards global civilization. We embrace excellence from all cultures, and we forged our national cultural characters with an open mind. Chinese civilization upholds that diversity is the nature of things. The world is beautiful because we are living in a diversified world. And we recognize the world's culture gains richness through plurality and brilliance through exchange. So history and reality will repeatedly demonstrate maintaining openness and inclusiveness constitutes the fundamental guarantee for a nation's enduring prosperity. That is what we would stick to and we would never forget. So, as a quintessential agrarian Chinese civilization, our ancestors early on recognized the fundamental importance of a stable, enduring environment, a collective solidarity for practical life. So our culture as a mode is deeply rooted in the kinship ties and bound by family relations. So the connotation of family value is widely spread as a nation value in China. And now today, we would like to insert this value into our interpretation of the world order. So the world should be a family and it should be regarded as a union. So as a part of the Global South, China is a member of the Global South. As President Xi pointed out, China is a member of the Global South and will always belong to the developing countries. So with the heart of China, with the heart of Global South, deeply rooted in Global South, and China always want to share the same destiny with the countries of the South. So I think one thing that we would like to share, would like to emphasize is that China's success of modernization tells a story which is different from the Western style. That is, modernization does not merely mean Westernization. China's modernization story tells the world, for all the developing countries, we have the possibility and we have the alternative to choose our way to modernization in response to our own national and social realities. Modernization as a discourse should never and not be monopolized by Westernization. China is a part of Asia, and China, as a member of Asian society, will definitely think highly of importance and give emphasis and priority to the protection of Asian countries' community of shared future. And we can obviously witness in the past and the future, China will be a very important participant and made its contribution for the protection of our Asians' common dream and a common future. So I would stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Gao Jian, and it was a very instructive presentation. You made the fine distinction between modernization and Westernization. And I think that's a very important element because you talk of Asian values. And secondly, also that in the geopolitical context, that any kind of Cold War mentality or zero-sum game approach or the law of the jungle would be unacceptable. And I think that is one reason that we in Pakistan have always resisted external hegemony because we believe in the rule of law and the norms of international behavior as enshrined in the UN Charter and international law. Thank you very much for that. And your point is also well taken about Chinese culture being inclusive, because whether it's the Silk Road 2000 years ago or the Great Wall, it is peaceful, protective, inclusive, and cooperating with the outside community. Thank you so much for a very good presentation, Professor Gaujian. Now I would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Harun Sharif, and he is also the chairman of the Pakistan Regional Economic Forum, which is a new platform for connectivity between Pakistan and the broader region. Mr. Harun Sharif, over to you, sir.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Still a morning. Very good morning to everybody. Thank you very much, Mushahid Saab, for the kind introduction. Senator Mushahid Hussain, Ambassador Jawad Salim, for putting together an event. The timing could not have been better where we stand today, you know, in terms of global and regional dynamics. So congratulations on this effort, and hope that, you know, some outcomes will come by which people will reflect and take some positions which are needed critically at this juncture. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, my old friend, Professor Zhang, Mr. Wong, a very warm welcome to the panel. Also, I see many friends. If I start moving, my time will be over. So I would extend very warm welcome to friends sitting in this audience. With that, my very brief 10 minutes time given to me, I will divide in 2 to 3 parts only. One is looking at the changing regional dynamics. And I have seen the region changing for the past almost 23 years in different capacities. I advised, just as a refresher to friends as well, 2 UK prime ministers on the region for 10 years, looking at South Asia, from South Asia to Central Asia, then emergence of China towards the end of it. For 7 years, I looked at the region as senior regional advisor of the World Bank for both South Asia and Central Asia, and looked at dynamics through a project financing mode, and also reshaping, trying to reform the public policy. So that has given me some learning from the international perspective. And then spending, you know, 1.5 years in a government and advising various governments currently. I very closely work with China, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Turkey, and few more countries who actually believe that, you know, a positive change is needed at the time of disruption, at the time of polarization, at the time of disrespect for diversity, at the time of aggression, you know, by one country in particular, and other countries taking policies of inward looking rather than building the open societies where foundation of modern market mechanism has taken place. It's a really breath of fresh air to hear, you know, what President Xi Jinping is actually communicating. First, it was connectivity, which is still going on, the physical infrastructure, but more importantly, the Global Development Initiative, which actually speaks about the high quality development. And that is basically people-centric, concrete infrastructure, brick and mortar initiative, which looks at that how can we, you know, avoid pandemics, which looks at how can we live in harmony, which looks at youth and its linkages to technology, which looks at even the linkages to spirituality. You know, this is a breath of fresh air, which we have right in our neighborhood through our great friends and great partners, which offer, you know, this kind of messages to the world, which is struggling to reorganize or so-called the new world order, which is coming into, you know, some kind of shape. So China, thank you very much for actually being the leader, for giving us a message of hope and development. A long time back when I used to teach at London School of Economics, so Amartya Sen used to talk about it, and people actually marginalized him and asked him to leave the school, and he moved to Cambridge. So times have changed. Now, key question which I would raise to today's forum is that how can countries like Pakistan leverage this particular Belt and Road Initiative as well as Global Development Initiative to actually raise the level and quality of life of common people in our economies. That's the challenge. What China is doing, I have no doubt they will achieve by 2050, which is the target for high-level, high-quality development in China. They have two phases. One will end in 10 years, which will be moderate development, and 15 years for very high-level development. It's very structured, it's financed, it has skills behind it, it has political will behind it. But lots of countries are struggling actually to leverage this whole neighborhood and the regional market momentum. I would like to highlight in the context of Pakistan, I wear two hats, one in academic and one at, more public policy. I will put an applied hat today for next 5 minutes. I think fundamental, I would very carefully choose the word, mistake which countries do, that they start selling infrastructure connectivity as a solution to the problems of the people. Infrastructure connectivity is a means to attract private capital in a very well-designed policy and investment climate where people can find opportunities in their own country and in the wider region. So the first thing I think we need to think about moving towards modernity and high quality of life is that how can we use this infrastructure of connectivity and start thinking regional and make policies that bring people in the game. All the initiatives of China in terms of development are people-centric. What we need to look at Pakistan is that are we creating opportunities for the people that will own this change? If there are opportunities for people, they will own this change. In order to achieve that capital coming in, we need huge capability development. If you look at World Economic Forum's, assessment indices, in terms of scale of 1 to 10 in each area, I see China's capability at 8 and 9 and Pakistan's at 2 to 3. So the question is, there's a mismatch. If we really want, timing is the key. We have the opportunity. We have a fantastic neighbor. We have, almost world's, economic power right at the road. There's another economic power on the eastern side, but not too friendly, unfortunately. But that is where we need to think about meritocracy. We need to think about for minds to help us. If we keep on doing the old school way, I'm afraid that we might miss the boat of a fantastic opportunity of raising the levels of, lifestyle in Pakistan and dignified economic opportunities for the people. I just wanted to highlight that the challenge is not, the opportunity is not necessarily translated by physical connectivity. You need to make it happen. And that is our job. Second part of this particular connectivity, my second last point, is building regional institutions. Having worked in global institutions, I genuinely think that seeking help from global multilateralism for global South might not be something we should look at for a very long time or even medium time. So what kind of institutions I'm talking about? We really do not have in Pakistan's financial system. Dr. Shamshad has spent all of her life developing financial systems. we really do not have development finance available for this transition. I'm carefully choosing the word transition, not transformation. If I were a politician, I would use transformation, but it's a full transition for Pakistan from moving away from the way we have been conducting business. I think the financial market does not have the adequate incentives to provide long-term capitals either for projects or for climate or for social development. And as the US aid has closed down, somebody who has spent 30 years in this multilateral and bilateral world, I think the tap will further close down. So we need to look at regional mechanisms. We need to have regional thinking about our borders. Our borders are only looked at from a security lens. In the medium term, if we want to use the regional market, only Western China, if I'm not wrong, is almost 375 million people. We have Central Asia. Now, Pakistan as a market economy can take the lead on building, regional institutions which talk about border crossings, custom harmonization, from each other, how to take it forward. So my last point in that, and then I will go towards the closing 1 minute, is that investment in knowledge. And that is in part of both China and Pakistan. When I advise China and Saudi Arabia and other countries, I get actually, amazed the limited knowledge of our, socio-political fabric and systems and institutions. It's very individualistic. So I think a knowledge investment is critical to move towards modernization and the path towards stability and prosperity. Now, in closing, just one sentence. I think we do all the good talks in these conferences. We show dreams to people, but I think it's a question of mindset. Can we basically transition our mindset towards meritocracy from patronage? Can we transition our mindset towards building policies of the people rather than doing just infrastructure projects? Can we change our mindset towards looking at a region as a marketplace rather than, getting into closing borders? Finally, can we look at a mindset which is less state-centric and uses market participants as the tool for economic development? We can learn from South Asia, East Asia, we can learn from others. It is a question of mindset, a mindset in closing, since lots of diplomat friends are sitting, a mindset that has often looked at economic problem solutions from our geopolitical positioning, rather than developing an economic value proposition. If we I have absolutely no doubt that China standing at our back, Pakistan can move towards an economic revival, but also a sustainable and dignified revival where people own this sentiment of a regional connectivity. If we do, we'll continue struggling, unfortunately, where we are. I once again thank the organizers and the panelists and my Chinese friends. I think both of us have to learn a lot from each other to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Harun Sharif. And your clarion call reminds me of the famous Latin maxim, carpe diem, seize the moment. And what he's basically said is that there is a huge opportunity thanks to China, the fastest growing economy in the world, the second largest economy, and our best friend right in the vicinity. And we have to focus on people-centered development, investment in knowledge and meritocracy, and also build regional bridges of connectivity. I think the points are well taken, and I think in any future government, we'll need your CV for taking this initiative forward, inshallah. The next speaker is Professor Jiang Qing Min. He is a Boyard Distinguished Professor. He is the chair, Department of Diplomacy of the Peking University, very prestigious university. And also there's a personal connection because he has been a teacher of my son Mustafa when he was studying in Peking University. And I've always respected, sir, your intellect and your knowledge and your understanding, and as a friend of China. Over to you, sir. Thank you. Also, I'd like to mention a very distinguished new guest, Ambassador Sadiq Khan. Saab is there. And I think he is a very good friend of Pakistan, a very good friend of Afghanistan. And he is the one who is now building the bridges of understanding between Pakistan and Afghanistan and Islamabad and Kabul. And since he took over as the special representative of Pakistan and Afghanistan, I think we have seen a change in the relationship between the two countries and the two governments. Good luck to you, sir, for the future.
Oh, thank you, Senator. And it's a great privilege and honor to be here. And first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for the Institute of Regional Studies and Ambassador Salim for inviting me to come to Pakistan, and especially for Nabila, the head of the China section, who endeavored to facilitate my visit. And to come to Pakistan, I experienced the friendship and the hospitality of the Pakistan people towards China, and which made me more confident for our future bilateral relations. I'm honored to participate in this symposium, and I got inspired by a lot of thought-provoking presentations. And in our group, in this session, several of you discussed the great achievement of China have made. As a Chinese, of course, I feel very, very pleased. But at the same time, I always remember what our president, Xi, said, that China has been a developing country, is a developing country, and will always be a developing country. Not because all the economic indicators demonstrate that China belongs to a developing country, but more importantly, it is the Chinese political identification that we will always be standing with developing countries. So when we talk about let me use see how I use this. Okay. So when we talk about the achievement that China has made, but that's not a very easy story. And to modernize China, it has been a goal set by the Chinese government since the early 1950s. But because the international environment has been so severe, we were not able to focus on modernization. And domestic economic development has been subordinated to and yielded to external pressures. So China has got involved in several wars. For the sake of time, I will not list all the wars China has involved since the 1950s, but there has been one war after another. To fight those wars, China domestically emphasized class struggle, but externally, we supported the revolution. During that period of time, and the priority of the Chinese economy was, heavy industries, mainly in the inner line, which is in the very center of this of China. 40% of China investment during 1964 to 1980 were in the 13 provinces in the third frontline regions. Most of the factories, universities, and were established in those regions. So the development was very, very slow. And the development only started from 1979 when China decided to open to the outside. And that is just now, well, let me see Mr. Sherry discussed the mindset. I think that change started a change with the mindset. That we, in the past, we emphasized, domestic politics should serve foreign policy. And we changed the mindset. We think that economic construction should be the center of domestic work, and foreign policies to create a peaceful environment for that economic development. And so ever since then, the Chinese government began to shift the balance between domestic politics and foreign policy. and to focus on domestic economic development. To do so, let me think. To do so, the Chinese government has set the goal. First is to quadruple its GDP per capita from 1981, and by the end of the last century, which was, achieved in advance. After that goal was met, in 2002, the Chinese government set the second step of growth goal. That is to quadruple China's GDP per capita from that of 2000 to by the year of 2020, and which has also been achieved. And so the 20th Party Congress in 2022 set a new goal for another two-step goal. And this was, very promising, considering what we have done in the past. I'm very confident, and many people are confident that we will reach that goal. So this is how China developed in the last few years. When we talk about the Chinese characteristics or the Chinese path to modernization, there are many different interpretations, but my field is diplomacy. And I found that the diplomacy has played a very important role in facilitating China's goal, reaching this goal. First of all, China began to practice opening up. And secondly, China decided to going out. We have joined the World Bank and IMF in 1980, resumed its observer status in GATT in 1982, and formally applied to restore our right in GATT, and finally succeeded in joining the WTO in 2001. This is the one. The second is what? The second is improving foreign policy. If we look at the Chinese foreign policy before 1979, we opposed the United States in the 1950s. Both the United States and the Soviet Union in the 50s, United States, and both United States and the Soviet Union in the 60s. In the 70s, we opposed the Soviet hegemonyism. But ever since 79, China decided to develop omnidirectional relations with all countries on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. We normalized our diplomatic relations with the United States in January 1st, 1979. Immediately after normalization, we started to normalize our relations with the Soviet Union, which was finally realized in 1989. So that is the third is, I call it diplomatic development, diplomatic modernization. When Deng Xiaoping decided to cut the Chinese military personnel, he said that there are 4 modernizations. There is one called defense modernization, but he said defense modernization needs to be patient, needs to give way to economic development. So ever since 1979, when we opened to the outside, China has never got involved in any military conflicts. The last conflict was in 1979. We had a war with Vietnam. After that, and secondly, the Chinese decided to reduce our military personnel from 4 million in 1979. By now, the Chinese military personnel is 2.23 million. This is almost half of the Chinese military personnel. And look at the Chinese military spending. In 1979, that year when China decided to open to the outside, that our China defense expenditure as percentage of its GDP has declined from 17% to now to only, it's not GDP, but to government expenditure from 17% to now is 5%. The China defense expenditure as percentage of GDP decreased from 5% to now is less than 2%. It was during this time when China reduced the military power and focused on diplomacy to develop good relations with all countries. It was during this process China got developed. That is a very good lesson, especially for professors who teach diplomacy. I found that diplomacy play a very, very important role. What did China get? I think China got a lot, trade, foreign investment, and more than that, we began to accept aid, technology, managerial experiences. Those basically prop up China's economic development. On the other hand, China has contributed a lot. I just want to give you two examples. One example is China's contribution to the UN spending, the general budget. This is very, very little, but now I think this is the China's share of UN budget has increased from 2% in 2005, and now it's about 12%, more than 14% now. So on the one hand, we benefited. On the other hand, we began to contribute to the globe. This is an experience, you know, the lesson we've learned from the Chinese passive development. And the other example is China's contribution to in peacekeeping missions. China started to pay UN peacekeeping tuition budgeted in 1982. And now it was less than 4% in 2010, but now our contributed UN budget is about 20% of UN peacekeeping budget. And the lesson shows us that the Chinese development is basically a diplomatic development. Chinese modernization is a diplomatic modernization. With that, I think, what about the future? You know, what is the implication for the Chinese path of modernization? I think just now my colleague from Shanghai discussed the Chinese, you know, President Xi Jinping's proposal for a community with shared future for mankind. I think it encompasses many different domains. I want to discuss the three domains. One is the global development initiative, which, you know, Belt and Road. You know, basically we focus on we prioritize development. This is the difference between the Chinese way of development and the Western way. The West always emphasizes democracy, clean government, transparency, while the Chinese always emphasize development first. If you do not develop, you cannot solve other problems. This is the first point. The second point, I think, is security initiative. The traditional security is always, you know, comparative, and it's always the security of one side is based on the insecurity of the other side. But now the new security initiative Xi Jinping proposal basically is common and comprehensive, cooperative, and sustainable, you know, security. Now, one example I think of, and I come to Pakistan at this very time, in this time, and there are a lot of security concerns, especially in this region. So if we use the new security concept to consider that the security should be common, should be comprehensive, we should not think about the security of one country based on the insecurity of the other. When we face, you know, terrorists, we all face the terrorist attacks or threats. So when we face terrorist attack, what we should do, rather than, you know, blaming each other, the best way is to cooperate, to find ways to target, to fight against those terrorists rather than to blame the other side for supporting. Now, this might be the best way. You know, we can solve this security problem. And the last one is what? Last one is a civilization, you know, initiative, which has also been elaborated by my colleague from Shanghai. And more important, the last point I want to make is we all discussed yesterday, we have a session about the US policy. Now we found that the US, the Trump administration, I mean, started from his first term, began to focus and concentrate on China. And the problem, everybody talk about the conflict between China and the United States will be the main theme of the future global geopolitical rivalry. And we found that the Chinese, I found as a scholar, I found the Chinese government has basically prioritized its regional or neighboring, you know, policy. One example is that our trade volume with the United States declined as a percentage of China's total trade. And ASEAN became China's first trade partner. And the European Union, EU, is the second trade partner, and the ASEAN became the first. And we will now that China gradually to tilt to global force and Asian neighbors. And to make clear that policy, the Central Conference, the Chinese Communist Party held the Central Conference on work related to neighboring countries just last month after Trump declared a liberating, you know, the tax increase. And President Xi Jinping emphasized the need to focus on building a community with a shared future with neighboring countries. Because the neighboring country begins to be the priority of Chinese foreign policy. And because, why? Because the neighborhood serves as a vital foundation for China to achieve development and prosperity. Just now I discussed that China has not got involved in major conflicts in wars since 1979. You look at the economic development in Asia as a whole, Asia has not got involved in any big conflicts like the Vietnam War, like the Korean War, like the Sino-Indian War. So that's all because of the peace and the diplomatic played a very important role. So neighborhood serves as a vital foundation. Secondly, neighborhood plays a role as a key front to safeguard the national security, a priority area to manage overall diplomacy. So the Chinese are learned a lesson that when the leaves are broken, the teeth will feel cold. There's always been a lot of examples that when our neighbors are threatened, are invaded, then or colonized, that they will be used as the springboard for those colonies to invade China. So we began to emphasize this. The neighbors also is a crucial link to build a community with a shared future for mankind. If China wants to be successful in building a shared future, it first of all should start from the neighborhood. So in this regard, I think neighbors, including Pakistan, including the South Asia, will become more and more important in Chinese foreign policy general patterns, and that means that we have a lot to do, and we need to have confidence in China relation as a Chinese in our relations with Pakistan, with other Asian neighbors. With that, I conclude my remark, and President, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Jiang Qingmin, for your highly informative presentation and focusing on China's quest for a community for shared future for mankind, and especially relationship in the neighborhood. And I think a key point that you mentioned was that since 1979, since the reform and opening up under the great leader Deng Xiaoping, China focused on basing its relationships in foreign policy on the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to point out that today it is the 70th anniversary of the Bandung Conference, which was organized in Bandung, Indonesia. Pakistan was one of the co-sponsors along with China, India at that time, Ceylon, at that time Burma, and of course Indonesia. And those 5 principles have become the linchpin of interstate relationships in Asia and the world. The other point you mentioned about was China's peaceful foreign policy. And I think that is a very important ingredient of China's worldview. And I'd like just to briefly mention that in 2018, when President Trump was the president in his first term, he called President Carter. President Carter used to do weekly service at his church in Georgia, and he recounted that conversation. He said, Trump called him and said, President Carter, you did the normalization in 79 with China, when Deng Xiaoping went to Washington and the White House. He said, how come China is forging ahead? What do we do? And President Carter gave a very good response, which is listed in the internet. He says, for the last 40 years, China has been at peace, promoting economic development, while the last 40 years, America has been at war, unending wars. So that is the essential difference. So we respect China's peaceful foreign policy, and also China's peaceful rise is a source of strength for the countries of the global south. Thank you, Professor Jiang Qingmin. The last speaker on this panel, before we have then some questions from the audience and otherwise, is Mr. Wang Huihua. He is the chairman of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce in Pakistan. Mr. Wang, over to you.
Good morning, distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Wang Huihua. I'm Wang Huihua, representing China Energy Engineering Group and serving as the chairman of China Chamber of Commerce in Pakistan. So today I'm very honored to be here, to be invited here as a representative of Chinese enterprises running in Pakistan. Today we are in a year marked by global challenges. The importance of robust, inclusive, and resilient regional cooperation has never been more urgent. Despite the promise of economic globalization, we found ourselves at a crossroads where the world is becoming increasingly divided, characterized by rising conflicts and protectionism and geopolitical tensions. Yet, it is precisely during such turbulent times that regional connectivity can emerge as a stabilizing force. It is not only crucial for enhancing trade and infrastructures, but also for fostering the peace, resilience, and shared prosperities. China has long been the leading advocate for enhanced connectivity with the Belt and Road Initiative launched by Mr. President Xi Jinping, standing as a prime example. Over the past decades, the BRI has built road, ports, generation plants, but more importantly, it has established the bridge of trust and partnership across regions. From Africa to Central Asia, from Latin America to South America, Asia. The BRI is a symbol of cooperation that transcends borders, ideologies, and economics. One of the most promising aspects of this regional connectivity is energy cooperation, a sector that holds tremendous potential to unlock the shared prosperity. Energy is a lifeblood of development. Without access to affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy, no nation can achieve a lasting economic growth. Regarding energy corridors, such as on the China-Pakistan economic corridor, are more than just the infrastructure project. They are catalyst for industrialization, investment, and inclusive development. The past decades has truly been a golden chapter in the enduring saga of Pakistan-China friendship. At the heart of this progress lies the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, a transformative initiative that has redefined connectivity infrastructures and opportunities for millions of Pakistan, including those in Balochistan. From the highways that connect rural heartlands to urban growth centers, to the power project that light up homes and industries, and the digital corridors empowering our youth. This partnership has led to tangible transformative change. Just as say Energy China and other Chinese companies have contributed over 6,000 megawatts and over 800 kilometers of transmission lines, we remain committed to bring our technology expertise, financial resources, and sustainable practice to Pakistan's continued development. And ladies and gentlemen, regional energy interconnectivity offers significant strategic benefits. It can reduce dependence on volatile global supply chains and mitigate the impact of external shocks. Integrated energy market, cross-border power grids, and shared resources empower countries to diversify their energy source, increasing their resilience. This is especially critical for developing nations facing chronic energy shortage. This is where the Chinese development model offers valuable lessons. Over the past 4 decades, China's rise has been shaped by long-term planning policies and significant investment in infrastructures, human capital, and innovations. These efforts have lifted over 800 million people out of poverty, built the world's largest high-speed railway rail network, and positioned China as a global leader in renewable energy. In the energy sector alone, China's transformation is an inspiring example. Within over 2.5 terawatts of installed power capacity and leadership in renewables, China now generates over 1,700 terawatt hours from clean energy source. China's investment in battery storage, which exceeding 100 gigawatts, is paving the way for the large-scale integration of solar and wind energy. This energy renovation aligns with Pakistan's ambitions for green growth and offers a valuable model for us. However, this evaluation is a gradual process. Every project must be developed with inclusivity, sustainability, and respect for local context, and not only addressing economic goals, but also cultural sensitivities and environmental needs. Ladies and gentlemen, China stands ready to collaborate with partners across South Asia, Central Asia, Africa, and beyond to deepen regional energy cooperation, promote integrated economic corridors, and realize the vision of a connected, peaceful, and prosperous world. Together, through energy, infrastructure, and shared values, we can power a better tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wang Huihua, and you've given a very uplifting message about the future prospects of Pakistan-China economic cooperation within the framework of the BRI and the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. And BRI, by the way, is without doubt the most significant developmental and diplomatic initiative of the 21st century. And despite criticism from the West, it's very interesting that Western countries also have copycat projects of BRI. B3W, Build Back Better World, which is now called the PGII, Program for Global Infrastructure Investment. Then there's the Global Gateway. So I think that shows the success of BRI. Our formal session and presentations have come to an end. The forum is now open to some questions which have already been received in writing. Some people are asking, I can start with a question for Mr. Harun Sharif that we have very good relations with China and also very good relations with the Western countries. How do we balance those relationships? That's one question for you, sir. And the other question is from Mr. Professor Jiang Qingming. Please take note of that. That is that in the context of the current contrived crisis on Kashmir, thanks to Indian intransigence and aggressive attitude, and how to diffuse those tensions and what can be the role of China to promote the role of a diplomatic bridge builder, maybe through the Belt and Road Initiative or through an inclusive approach. And the third question is, what can be done more to improve Pakistan-China economic ties, and especially people-to-people ties. And on people-to-people, I'll just put in a word because, when I went to China 50 years ago, I was a teenager who used to listen to Radio Peking in English and Urdu, and used to read Chinese magazines like China Pictorial, China Reconstructs, Peking Review. And of course, at that time, the Red Book of Chairman Mao was there, also quotations from Chairman Mao. So the people-to-people connection became very important. And it was the pre-internet age. So you can see that how minds are influenced and how bridges are built through communication, through literature, through people-to-people context. And the people-to-people relationship is at the core of the Pakistan-China strategic partnership. So the first question, Harun Sharif sir, aapke liye.
Thank you very much, Prashant bhai. Pakistan and many other developing countries have consciously tried to remain, in a position where they don't have to take sides. Also, it's a challenge because as the world changes towards several centers of economic gravity, that how do you keep, a balanced relationship with everybody? So far, it has worked to a certain extent. It is, I must confess, it is getting a bit difficult for Pakistan and other countries not to take, some sides in the near future. Now, what can be done to keep a balance and not become, a proxy space for this global battle? That's the question. Or economic, war started from one side. I think countries need to very quickly, for instance, look at bilateral relationships to increase the stakes in connectivity. The more stakes are in connectivity, it will diffuse, or the world, which in fact just 2 days ago, I was speaking to a panel in Qatar on the same subject of multilateralism and taking sides. If we increase regional stakes, the de-risking process starts. People will look at it from not the lens of a bilateral partner, but a nation which is trying to use the regional capability of the market. So that's one de-risking I would advise, how to remain balanced. I think huge investment is needed in our diplomatic corps to understand the economic dynamics of the region, so that messages can go to the right capitals, to the right people. There are lots of misconceptions and social media, aggression, which changes the mindset of many people. So second is that invest in economic diplomacy in real terms, where you pose as the country which can bring together the regional markets. So that's a message, in fact, Western countries would be interested. And finally, we need to diversify our sources of financing. I see no reason why a lot of World Bank debt or the other multilateral debt cannot be complemented by regional multilaterals like Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank or Islamic Development Bank and others. Currently, it is skewed toward Western-led multilaterals. So if we work on that, I think a balance can be achieved. But for that, internally, Pakistan will have to make several institutional changes.
Thank you. A very clear answer, and I think investment on economic diplomacy is one of the way forward. Professor Jiang Qingming, over to you, sir.
I would like to borrow from you, starting from what you said, Pakistan can play a role of balancing, try to balance between the two. It reminds me that earlier Pakistan had played a role of bridge between China and okay. So personally, we are also expecting that Pakistan could continue to play the role of bridge. That might be more difficult as you discussed. And as to what kind of role China can play in the settlement of the Kashmir, I think first of all, when I teach the Kashmir issue, we blame that Great Britain, for creating this such a problem we in the left, the South Asia continent. But, this is it's a, conflicts between two brothers who are from the same family. Well, the China is a next door neighbor. Of course, we are very concerned if the two brothers are fighting, and we will suffer. So we do not want to see that happens. I think ever since the founding of PRC, the Chinese government has been very, very careful, try to play a role of balance, not to get involved. I remember in early 50s when China had a very good relation with India. And at that time, we didn't have such good relations as we have with Pakistan. And then, Prime Minister Nehru invited the Chinese Premier Zhou Enlai to visit Kashmir to express, to indicate to China's support of India, but China declined. From that time till now, China has tried very, very careful. But as I discussed just now, we have a security initiative. And we hope that diplomatic means the best means to solve our problems. And nobody will win in a war, but all parties will win in diplomacy. This is the lesson I've discussed. I shared with you about the Chinese modernization process. It's the diplomatic modernization. So come to today's situation, and you are in a very difficult position. And I noticed the Chinese government is be more than balanced, because I think more than balanced because Pakistan is comparatively weak in this regard. And the Chinese government consider that at this moment, war or threat of using war is not a good choice. And China does not support, even oppose any means or any military means or result to the threat. That's the reason I discussed just now that India and Pakistan both are victims of terrorists. And the two brothers should join hands to cooperate to think of means to fight whatever terrorists, not just the terrorists in our country supported by you and the terrorists in your country. That is not a good, rationale or logic. So I think perhaps, to employ the Chinese proposal of a new security concept to realize mutual security. And that is a common security, the security of Pakistan, the security of India should be guaranteed. At the same time, we need to seek a mechanism. And secondly, of comprehensive security. That is not only the territorial security, but also, in non-traditional, like the terrorist security. I think that might be the way, but it has been lasted for ever since Pakistan and India was founded. The problem has been there. I don't think that it will be easy to find a solution in the near future. But I think the best way, borrow from what Deng Xiaoping said, if we cannot solve the problem, we do not have the wisdom, and we shall leave to our children, because they might be smarter. They will find the wisdom to solve the problem. But before we solve the problem, peace is very, very important. We are strongly against war. And in this regard, I think that China can play a diplomatic role in a sense to balance that.
Thank you. I think very clear.
And I want to discuss the third one also. Yes. The third question about the China-Pakistan relationship.
Basically, he said, if there's an incident of terrorism, don't blame the others, work together to solve the problem.
We try to find, we also, terrorists target ordinary people, not target any specific government. So in this regard, I think all governments should join hands to find a solution to terrorism rather than to blame the other side for supporting terrorism. Then in the end, who will benefit from that kind of strategy? Only the terrorists will benefit from that kind of strategy. In the end, there will be more terrorists, more blames. There was a vicious cycle, and in the end, we will never be able to solve the problem for terrorists. That's my, naive scholarly perspective.
You finished.
I want to discuss the third question. Yeah, I think international relations, it's not just interstate relations. International relations are inter-people relations. Foreign policy is not a state foreign policy. Foreign policy is made by the people in the name of state, individually or collectively. In this regard, I think if we look at the battle relations, we have a very, very good people-to-people relations, or very strong social, foundation. They will be very optimistic about the future battle relations. In this regard, I think, China and Pakistan, we have a very strong foundation. And I come here, I experience this personally, and I'm very pessimistic. I'm optimistic.
Thank you very much. Last question to Mr. Wang Huiwa. And the question is that you are the president of the China Chamber of Commerce in Pakistan. In your view, what are the 3 steps that the government of Pakistan needs to take CPEC forward in phase 2? 3 steps. Please.
So easy question. Easy question. Okay, so as a representative of a Chinese company running business here, actually we are looking forward the CPEC phase 2 come to us as soon as possible. Yes, this is our hope. Yes. But now, yes, we are talking about phase 2. So what is phase 2? I think it's about industrialization, it's about agriculture cooperation or IT cooperation, and so on. And most important, I think for phase 1, we already built the foundation for phase 2. Yeah, we have built the generation plant, and we have built the highway connect the big cities. Yes. So the next for industrialization, I think the most important is attract more private business companies from China to Pakistan. So what is the concern of these private companies or businessmen? The first concern is security. Yes. The second concern is about the stabilization of the policy. And maybe another issue is about some tax issues. And I think, yes, if we can solve these concerns for the businessmen, a lot of businessmen will come to Pakistan, a lot of investment will come to here. The phase 2 will happen immediately. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have had a riveting discussion and a very substantive one from different perspectives. And when we talk of China-US relations, which are at the center of this whole situation, I remember just recently saw a very interesting cartoon. President Trump is talking to President Xi Jinping. And in the cartoon, Trump tells President Xi Jinping, "I have all the cards." And Xi Jinping says, "But the cards are made in China." So, that is how the reality has changed. And it's been a pleasure to learn from our Chinese friends, and we gave our perspective. I'd just like to conclude on a note that often when we talk of China's progress, phenomenal progress, which was documented by Shamshad about how 800 million were taken out of poverty and other developments and science, technology, the progress they have made, especially in the last 40 years after their modernization process. And I am very fortunate to have witnessed that at first hand, because I visited China in the 70s when China was under Chairman Mao and Premier Zhou Enlai, a weak China, a poor China, and isolated China. Then under Deng Xiaoping, when the reform started, and now under Xi Jinping, a strong China, a leadership, and a rich China. People ask, what are the ingredients of the China success story? I always like to list 3 or 4 of those. Quality of leadership, continuity of policy, ability to do a course correction, humility and learning from others. And by the way, Deng Xiaoping in 1980 sent his experts. He said from 3 countries we should learn: Singapore, Philippines, and Pakistan. And the visit to Pakistan was done by Mr. Li Lanqing, who later on became vice premier. He was then DG. And he came to Pakistan in the 80s. Shamshad, they said, we didn't know how to prepare a feasibility report because when the Asian Development Bank and the World Bank told them that you'll get loans. So he said, we learned from Pakistan and how Pakistan was far more developed than China then. And the final thing is a peaceful foreign policy. So we are very fortunate that the Pakistan-China relationship, the Pakistan-China strategic partnership is a very important factor for promoting cooperation between our two countries and peoples, a guarantor of a better tomorrow for Pakistan and for the region, and also an element of stability, peace, and security. Thank you very much. And thank you, Ambassador George Salim, for putting together such a nice panel. So this panel has now come to an end, and the next one is it. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, sir. I would like to request all the panelists to please come forward for a group photo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I request Session Chair, Senator Mushahid Hussain, to please present mementos to the honorable guests. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar.
Thank you.
Mr. Harun Sharif.
Thank you.
Professor Chang Jingmin. Mr. Wang Zihua. Now I'd like to request President IRS Ambassador Johar Salim to present a memento to Senator Mushahid Hussain.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will begin the next session shortly. Kindly be seated.
Excuse me, I would request everyone to please settle down. We are going to start the next session. Please settle down, everybody. I request everyone to please settle down. We're going to start our next session. Once again, a request. Please kindly settle down. Everybody is requested to please settle down for the start of our session.
We will be beginning the next session shortly. Kindly clear this area in front of the stage. I request all guests to please take their seats. We request the guests to please take their seats. So our next session can begin. I ask the guests to please take their seats so we can begin the next session. Kindly clear the area in front of the stage. I request everybody to please take their seats so the next session can begin. Sir Ambassador Saab. I'm instructed by my session chair to begin the session, so I will do that, and I hope the guests seat themselves down. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Institute of Regional Studies, I welcome you all to the session titled Pak-Afghan Relations Under the Shadow of Terrorism. To deliberate on the subject, we have in the panel today Pakistan's Special Representative for Afghanistan and Special Assistant to the Prime Minister, Ambassador Sadiq Khan, as the session chair. Pakistan's former National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General Nasir Khan Janjua, as the keynote speaker. Counter-Terrorism Office of the British High Commission in Islamabad, Mr. Mark McCorkle. Executive Director of the Center for Research and Security Studies, Mr. Imtiaz Gul. Our next speaker will be joining us virtually, Head of Afghanistan and Regional Counterterrorism Team at the Counterterrorism Department of the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, Ms. Alice Draper. With this brief introduction to the session, I now request the session chair, Ambassador Sadiq Khan, to take over the proceedings of the session, and I request everybody to please put their phones on silent mode. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Thank you very much. My apologies. You have to endure another session without a coffee or tea break. But we will try to conclude in time. By in time means 90 minutes, not the time written. That 90 minutes assigned to this group, not the time written on the program. Welcome to this session. We had a very instructive, very educating session just before us, and yesterday's proceedings also were very informative and important. I'm grateful to Johar Salim, my good friend and colleague and president of the Institute, for giving me this opportunity. I will sort of, to start the session, I'll make very brief remarks. Afghanistan is one of the most important relationships for Pakistan. And whenever we ignored this relationship, we paid the price. Essentially, if we stay engaged with Afghanistan, we always got very good results. I am a born optimist, and I think that, there are sort of instances where I can show that this optimism is not without foundation, not without a base. The important thing is to do in every relationship, but particularly with Afghanistan, to act when it's required and act in a way that when it's required. And essentially that's adage, a stitch in time saves nine, is very sort of apt for our relationship with Afghanistan. So the sooner we act on something, the sooner we engage with Afghanistan and the governments and people of Afghanistan, the sooner we will get results. Whatever we delay, we actually sort of get into trouble, more and more trouble. So essentially, that is very important about our relationship with Afghanistan, that we ignore it for over a stretch of period, a long times, and then, we come back to it. And then, it's always sort of things are more complicated, things are more difficult. Secondly, with Afghanistan, we should be doing what we are required to do. For example, we are supposed to stop smuggling. We are not supposed to stop trade and transit. So if somebody has the responsibility to stop smuggling, and instead of stopping smuggling, they suggest to you that we should stop transit and trade, I think that is a problem there. Sort of the bell should ring immediately. We should be worried. We should be concerned that we are being given a very wrong advice. And then again, for example, we believe that we should have a one document regime with Afghanistan. Anybody who's going to Afghanistan or coming from Afghanistan should take a passport, get a visa, and go to Afghanistan, or come from Afghanistan with a passport and a visa. It doesn't mean that we should stop people-to-people contact. It doesn't mean that we should reduce the number of Afghans visiting Pakistan or number of Pakistanis visiting Afghanistan. It would be good for us that more Afghans visit Pakistan and more Pakistanis visit Afghanistan. But the condition is we should know that who is coming and who is going. The way they enter, it should be legal. The way they go back, or the time they go back, that should be a legal way, a proper way. So, I sort of, just say that our relationship with Afghanistan, when we work for this relationship, it improves very fast. But when we stop paying attention to Afghanistan, the relationship really deteriorates very fast also, because it becomes, part of the sort of folklore also. Afghanistan is, so important. The kind of border we have, the kind of population we have on both sides of the border, it sort of things are magnified, sometimes sort of beyond reality. But one thing I always believe that, Mark Twain said about Bach's music, he said that, it's better than it sounds. I think that this relationship between Afghanistan and Pakistan was always better than it sounded. Almost always, at least for the last 4 decades. I think that it was an important relationship, a very good relationship. I will just sort of a little kind of announcement about housekeeping. We have a bit of a change in the sequence of speakers. Our first speaker will be Mr. Imtiaz Gul, and our second speaker will be online with us, Alice Draper, and third speaker, Mark is here. Mark will be the third speaker, and our keynote speaker, General Janjoa, will be the last speaker. So now I invite Mr. Imtiaz Gul. Sort of all of you know him. He is the Executive Director, Center for Research and Security Studies, Islamabad. Very active with the neighboring countries, particularly in Afghanistan, with Afghanistan in track to diplomacy. I'm sure that, we will come up with some important points on Pakistan's relationship with Afghanistan, and probably he will be able to say things which nobody else will be able to say it from this stage, from this dais today. Mr. Imtiaz Gul, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you to the Institute of Regional Studies for inviting me. When Sadiq Saab was saying about how experienced I am in Afghanistan, I recall the 1989 March when the 7 Mujahideen groups were fighting over slots in the interim government. in Rawalpindi at the Hajj complex, and we used to travel from Islamabad to Rawalpindi, and we also used to cut jokes at what will happen once they agree on the interim government, and we'll be left half jobless because the story will die down. But here we are dealing with an endless story. Afghanistan, Pakistan-Afghanistan relations. Now, the subject is about Pakistan-Afghanistan relations and counterterrorism. We have to look at it first from two dimensions as far as the bilateral relationship is concerned. This relationship suffers from a big brotherly patronage behavior driven by a tactical mindset. I wouldn't say whose tactical mindset, but this is a tactical mindset. Our responses and the rules of engagement largely are defined by expectations, which are partially legitimate and partially unrealistic, given the long history of conflict in Afghanistan. Having dealt with Afghanistan for such a long time, I have to say that lack of a long-term strategy and an absent legal framework for adoption, naturalization of refugees or their children born here, despite the compulsion of having to deal with an issue just next door, with a neighbor with 2,560-kilometer long border, and we don't have a long-term strategy to deal with that. It's more whimsical. It's knee-jerk reactions. This is what has landed us in trouble. This is what has caused the lack of trust and lack of goodwill that we had in Afghanistan for quite some time. Now, and this has two dimensions. First is the refugees. So we, for quite some time, for most of the time, I think, have looked at this issue with, looked at the relations with Afghanistan through the refugee prism, treating refugees as a leverage, as a big favor to Afghanistan. Our officials inadvertently spoiled a lot of bilateral conversations by willfully or inadvertently alluding to the presence and the hosting of Afghan refugees, over 3 million or 4 million for all these years. So I have experienced firsthand any reference by the Pakistanis to Afghans about we have hosted your refugees irritates them, annoys them, like beyond imagination. One, I remember in a conversation with one of the Afghan ambassadors, I just touched the issue and he said, well, please stop here. These are the things that they don't say officially when they are meeting with officials. He said, please stop here. I think send all the refugees back. We don't want your favor anymore. And I'm not talking about very long ago. It was 10, 12 years ago. That's why, when Pakistan was hosting the Heart of Asia conference in 2015, December, so I, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, sent a message. Actually, I spoke with the Foreign Secretary at that time, requested him that please convey to the Prime Minister, don't mention the issue of refugees in his speech. Just because this is a major irritant, it will spoil your conversation. And lo and behold, the Prime Minister started his speech with that. We have hosted over 3 million refugees in this country. So this is, I think, has gone missing on our officials, our ministers, our military officials. Then, unfortunately, post-August 2021, Pakistan began conflating refugees with cross-border terrorism. The TTP-led assault on Chitral villages up in the north in September 2023 basically was a red line. This was an unacceptable assault by the TTP, but then it also triggered a number of reactions, I would say, not actions, by the Pakistan government, which destroyed to a great extent our bilateral trade for the time being. It also heavily impacted our Afghanistan's transit trade through Pakistan. And then I think Sadiq Saab and his predecessor had to work a lot actually to mend this relationship, to reverse some of the demands, some of the conditions we had placed on the transit trade, which has gone, I think, gone down by more than 2/3. And it has shifted to the Chabahar port and to the Bandar Abbas just because there were irrational conditions placed on the Afghan importers. The argument was that a lot of things that Afghans are importing are not used in Afghanistan. They are not the demand in Afghanistan. But I say, regardless of that, you cannot deny that country this right. Yes, we have to plug our holes, plug our borders. The smuggling is our problem. If they are transported back or if the containers don't cross the border at all, that is our headache. We cannot deprive or deny that country's importers, traders, this opportunity. So we have to mend our house first before placing demands on the Afghans. Now, what is happening now? The first deportation or forced return of the Afghan refugees, that was the undocumented, illegally overstaying Afghans. It started in October 2023. Thereafter, very recently, we concluded the second phase with the Afghan citizen card holders. So what is happening when these people are crossing the border? I've had like 2 conversations last night or a couple of days ago as well on the same subject. You know, when they cross over, all they have to do is to talk to the media, which is waiting for them. There are banners welcoming them, but these people have harrowing stories to tell, regardless of how true they are. The veracity is still subject to scrutiny. But they have all stories of harassment during detention, during this entire process, mistreatment. And why? Just because we haven't been able to make a coherent, logical policy on the Afghans who have been living here, who were born here, raised, and a lot of them are anchored into the economy. They are contributing to the economy. 60%, over 60% of the population of Afghans currently, particularly those with the proof of residence, they're all born here. So we are telling them you have to go back by June. This is because your country is across the border, whereas they don't know their country. They have never been in contact with that, the majority of them. So a couple of ambassadors asked me last night, why is this? Don't the Pakistani officials realize the consequences and the damage that it is doing to Pakistan's policy? And then how can you hope to improve relations with that country? Where is the goodwill that you can sow? So I was speechless, basically. I had no answer. Why? Because we can't read the minds of those who are making this policy, who decided all of a sudden to send all Afghans back. I know businessmen who are here operating through partnerships, through friends, through relatives, paying billions of rupees in taxes, running businesses in Pakistan and also operating through Pakistan via Karachi. Many of them are having industries, partnerships in industries. We want them all to go back. For God's sake, which country forces back people who are generating money in that particular country? So I'm at a loss, actually. Turkey, for example, they opened doors to all the rich, affluent Afghans post-2021. So almost all members of parliament, ministers, advisors, there's a couple of $100,000 loaded Afghans. The Turkey allowed them to come in, get a permanent residence, invest their money. We don't have any facility. We don't have a legal framework which would allow something like an indefinite stay or permanent residence to Afghans with the facility of opening bank accounts so that they can operate without any fear of losing their business through partners. If the partners change their mind, then these guys basically are left high and dry. So as far as the counterterrorism, The invasion by the Soviet Union in 1979 basically turned Afghanistan into a battleground for geopolitical interests of the US, Soviet Union, which is now Russia, to a certain extent China, and now India, US versus China. So it's all this geopolitical context playing out in Afghanistan inside. So that has consequences, direct consequences for us, for Pakistan. So we needed a very smarter policy, a long-term framework to deal with all the issues in order to turn these people into ambassadors, goodwill ambassadors, particularly those who are living here. Now, the questions on the CT basically is whether, can you bully leaders of a country with a very tribal, medieval, religious mindset? A Pashtun mindset, Afghan mindset, then coupled with religiosity, with tribalism. And if we bully them, they say, okay, let's face each other. Instead of dialogue, we cannot really bully them. Whether it's our Pashtuns in our border areas or whether it's the Afghans. Then is it possible? It's a question, is it possible at all for key stakeholders like US, India, Pakistan, Iran, China, to treat Afghanistan as a deserving point of convergence, cooperation for the sake of regional peace, instead of treating it as a battleground for their competing geopolitical interests? I think they need to help Afghanistan heal from decades of conflict, rather than using it as a proxy instrument against one another. Extricating Afghanistan and from the consequences of geopolitical contests, I think is the single largest challenge, I think, for Pakistan as well as the rest of the world, which is looking at them as proxies for settling scores with each other. Now, can Pakistan learn from Chinese strategy? Can Pakistan learn from Turkey? They are both best friends. So look at what Turkey did. As I just said, they welcomed all the people with money, helped them open bank accounts, buy properties. We haven't done here, though we have been dealing with the issue for over 4 decades. And can we learn from China? As I think Professor Zhang laid out in the previous session, development and security parallel. We have securitized our approaches, looking at everything from the security prism. Xinjiang, I think, offers us the best example. I remember it from 2008, 2009, when we would, moving through Urumqi, encounter police every 200 meters, 300 meters. So now, a few months ago, I visited Urumqi again. The number of police stations has gone down by more than half. Police stations have been removed. And instead, you have other commercial facilities coming up. Just because the Chinese government threw a lot of money at the development, created jobs, infrastructure. So that gave a lot of people the confidence to stand by the government. But in our case, we have still a long, long way to go to synchronize our strategy of development and security. Counterterrorism. We cannot really all the time hide behind this counterterrorism strategy, making it as a pretext for not entering into embarking on development projects, which could ensure jobs, which could give people confidence. So I think the last question I would posit here is, do we have the intellectual wherewithal and the political will to emulate China and Turkey, our best friends, as far as dealing with issues such as refugees, counterterrorism, smuggling is concerned? Are we doing enough before placing demands on Afghanistan, whether it's refugees, trade, smuggling, or terrorism? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imtiaz Gul. I think you have raised some very important, pertinent and probably explosive opinions here. I'm sure that our keynote speaker will respond to some of them, and I will address them when I'm speaking in the end. But nevertheless, they're very important points, and we need to ponder, we need to think about them. Our next speaker is Alice Draper, Head of Afghanistan and Regional Counterterrorism Team at the Counter-Terrorism Department, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, the government of the UK. She'll be with us online, I think, right?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay, good. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you for having me, and thank you for the organisers for last minute being able to have me join online, as I wasn't able to attend in person. So to introduce myself, Alice Draper. I coordinate the British government's response to threats emanating from Afghanistan and the region. So that's one of 3 priority areas that we focus on. And in determining those priorities, we look at those that pose the biggest threats to the UK and to UK interests overseas. And by UK interests, I'm basically talking about our people and then our business interests as well. For us, that means that we focus particularly on ISKP and also have a focus on Al-Qaeda's senior leadership. By developing this priority, we focus on a whole of government approach. So it's how we draw on all the levers across government, across security, across the Foreign Office, the Home Office, defence, law enforcement, to be able to bring all of that together and to focus on how we sort of manage the threat from those terrorist groups. So how do we see the threat? I think from the fall of Kabul, we had 2 key concerns. One, that Al-Qaeda would be able to reconstitute and project a threat from Afghanistan. That hasn't quite been realised exactly. I think they appear to be playing a waiting game. They've not had a change of heart, so they remain something that we need to watch. But I think we believe that the Taliban appear, however complex that relationship is, the Taliban appear to be keeping a lid on it. And then the second concern was that ISKP would gain territory and potentially become a new centre of gravity for the Daesh cause. So the risks of seeing British nationals potentially travel, as we saw for Syria and Iraq during the height of the caliphate, that was a potential sort of concern for us, and that they would then pose a threat on return to the UK. I'd say that's not quite happened in that way either. So we saw significant CT effort by the Taliban, which has appeared to have a significant impact in the short term. However, there have been many attacks within Afghanistan, also in Pakistan, and then some bigger attacks even projected outside of that region, so into Iran, and we saw attacks in Moscow and Turkey, and there have been a significant number of failed attacks in the UK, in Europe and the US. So I think our main concern actually now is that when we think about it from the UK's borders, is that it's likely to be a sort of self-initiated terrorist. So this is somebody who's been self-inspired, not necessarily directed by the group centrally, but is radicalized potentially online, and then goes and does something, decides to do something about it, likely to be a sort of low sophistication, bladed weapon type attack. So one of our main concerns really is the propaganda, which is quite frightening. We've seen ISKP's propaganda, huge increases, both in volume, so the amount that they're putting out, and the languages that they're putting it out in. I think that's a sort of key part of it. We've seen specific direction from the group through their propaganda to target Western organizations, work to target within Central Asia, to target within Pakistan. Kill them wherever you find them was a quote from one of their campaigns at the beginning of last year, where they specifically put out pictures of stadiums, including the Emirates Stadium in London, where Arsenal play, including key venues for the Paris Olympics, for the European Championships. So we see them even where they don't have a sort of significant foothold and presence. We're able to see them project that threat, and a number of disruptions took place over the summer last year within Europe of those kind of exactly that kind of inspired attack. So then returning back to the region, we've seen over the last 18 months of significant operations by Pakistan to disrupt the threat there, and with some significant disruptions of key leaders, those involved in attack planning, but also those involved in media operations, which is really, really important. We see individuals, I think, on an individual basis, ISKP have been able to ensure that they always have someone waiting in the wings to be able to pick up that role. So that would create potentially a sort of limited short-term impact. But the volume of disruptions that we've seen over the last 18 months or so, it seems to be that would be difficult for ISKP to fill it in the same way. That said, I think we're really, really cautious not to be complacent, as we saw from when the Taliban made some significant disruptions back in 2022. They were quiet for a bit, they regrouped, and then they were able to do a lot of disruption to nationals afterwards. So following on from that, so it is something that we are particularly cautious of. So what do we do about it? I think key for us, and I'm really making the case here for partnerships, understanding that immediate threat, that requires coordination and discussion between all of us. It requires a sort of kinetic disrupting of late-stage attack planning, but it also, and dismantling those networks that enable that planning to take place in the first place. But it's also really important to understand the evolution. So we saw ISKP operating with relatively freedom in Afghanistan, and then that started to become difficult, and we started to see movement in towards Pakistan. Now we've seen that sort of significant pressure from Pakistan on ISKP there. It's what happens next, where's the focus going to move to? So constantly being alive to that, and that requires that sort of sharing of understanding of the evolution. There are specifics that we can do. So when we're looking at how to starve ISKP of their finances, a lot of that is about tightening existing systems. So the Financial Action Task Force standards, use of sanctions, understanding their use of crypto and how we can potentially disrupt that. Their travel, so key sharing within the region of passenger information, using Interpol databases to be able to draw that information, to be able to create a picture of how terrorists are able to move, both themselves and the material that they use to be able to project that threat. Propaganda, crucially, sort of understanding how a message is resonating, we're seeing more and more increasingly, particularly with their increased propaganda in Tajik and Uzbek languages. We're seeing a Central Asian sort of nexus where people are being exploited. ISKP are excellent exploiting those grievances. So how do we manage that? The Global Coalition Against Daesh have a counter-Daesh communication cell, which sits within the Foreign Office in London. And that looks at ways that we can try and inoculate audiences before they're at risk. So how do we reach into those vulnerable communities? So within Afghanistan, how do we reach those young men that potentially could be susceptible to ISKP before that happens? And dedicating those targeted campaigns at those different groups, recognizing that's exactly what ISKP does. So we need to be in that arena with them. And then so drawing all of this together is our sort of international coordination. So it's a lot of it is about bilateral relationships and partnerships, but it's also understanding the full picture. And that is why in 2023, we established the ISKP diplomatic grouping, which brings policy and security officials from 23 countries, including Pakistan, Central Asia, India, the key countries in the Gulf, key countries in Europe, and the US, to be able to discuss the evolving threat, bring together those that have capability, that have experience in dealing with ISKP, to sort of share best practice and develop those initiatives that we can use together to collectively tackle it. So that meeting meets in closed doors to allow that kind of conversation around the threat and to get that really trusted kind of relationship to happen. So you won't see lots of comms and press releases around it, but it is one way that we're doing to try and ensure that we're all understanding the picture, we're all seeing it in the same way. So I wanted to pause there because I wanted to give Mark the opportunity to speak to some of the more sort of how that works in a Pakistan specific context. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice. Very focused, I must say, very focused presentation. It shows the concern of the UK and international community about ISKP. Taliban in Afghanistan were able to control ISKP very well because they are united on this challenge. They are united on this threat. There is no difference of opinion about ASKP when it comes to Afghan Taliban, and that helped in controlling Afghan Taliban. This we cannot say about other organizations within the Afghan government or the Afghan Taliban. Our next speaker is Mark McCaul. He's the Counterterrorism Officer, British High Commission in Islamabad. Please.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues and distinguished guests, thank you for the opportunity to address you today on the issues of enduring significance, the United Kingdom's counterterrorism policy in the region and the context within which that relationship is situated. In today's interconnected world, terrorism is not merely a local or a national problem. It is a transnational challenge, one that requires a coordinated, principled, and forward-looking response. The UK partnership with Pakistan is a vital element in that global counterterrorism strategy. The UK and Pakistan have long shared a multifaceted relationship that extends beyond diplomacy and trade into the realm of security cooperation. At the heart of our counterterrorism partnership lies a shared recognition that the terrorist threat emanating from the region, in particular the Afghan borders, can have ripple effects across continents. The UK's counterterrorism work in Pakistan provides targeted assistance to enhance the capabilities of law enforcement and the judiciary. It has supported initiatives to improve investigations, evidence-based prosecutions, and the sharing of information and intelligence. Our objective is clear: to support Pakistan in developing sustainable, rule of law-based counterterrorism mechanisms that are resilient, transparent, and capable of adapting to the evolving threats. At the heart of this lies operational cooperation between British and Pakistani law enforcement, which continues to play a vital role in the disruption of terror plots and the identification of transnational militant networks. One key area that this has been the management of foreign terrorist fighters following the collapse of ISIS's so-called caliphate. While much of this cooperation is necessarily discreet, it has been instrumental in safeguarding British and Pakistani citizens. Another significant pillar of our counterterrorism engagement is financial security. The UK has actively supported Pakistan's effort to combat terrorist financing, particularly during its inclusion on the Financial Action Task Force FATF grey list from 2018 to 2022. British technical advisors assisted Pakistani institutions, including the State Bank, the Financial Monitoring Union, and law enforcement, in strengthening their anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing systems. These efforts contributed to Pakistan's eventual removal from the grey list and demonstrate Pakistan's continued commitment to international standards. However, continued vigilance is essential. The UK remains engaged in helping Pakistan improve financial transparency, particularly in areas like charitable oversight and informal money transfers, which can be exploited by extremist actors. The UK recognises that force alone cannot defeat terrorism. That's why our counterterrorism strategy extends to the root causes of radicalisation. We work with civil society actors, educational institutions, and local governments to promote pluralism, civic education, and inclusive development. Programs delivered through the British Council and our Integrated Security Fund aim to empower youth, improve access to quality education, and support voices that challenge these extremist narratives. Given the deep ties between the UK and Pakistani diaspora communities, we also invest in community cohesion and counter-extremism efforts within the UK, recognizing the need for joint responsibility in countering ideological threats that transcend these borders. The regional security architecture of South and Central Asia has been greatly impacted by the Taliban's return to power in Afghanistan in 2021. For Pakistan, the implications have been profound. A resurgence of the TTP, cross-border militancy, and heightened instability in both KP and Balochistan. The UK views this situation with grave concern. Our objective is to prevent Afghanistan from becoming a safe haven for international terrorism, while also encouraging regional coordination to manage the security fallout. The UK has not recognized the Taliban regime, but remains diplomatically engaged, aimed at encouraging the severance of ties between the Taliban and terrorist groups, supporting counterterrorism collaboration among Pakistan, Central Asia, and the wider international community, and maintaining humanitarian assistance to Afghanistan to prevent state collapse, a scenario that could empower extremist networks. The UK acknowledges Pakistan's unique and complex position as both a neighbour and a stakeholder. We support Pakistan's calls for cross-border security cooperation and continue to provide tools for capacity building, advisory, and support. The UK believes that counterterrorism must be embedded with a framework of regional dialogue, conflict prevention, and long-term development. While security remains a priority, the UK continues to advocate for the protection of democratic values in all our counterterrorism operations. Security measures must be consistent with Pakistan's international human rights obligations and its own constitutional principles. The UK believes that the legitimacy of counterterrorism policy is grounded in public trust, judicial oversight, and accountability. Without these, the long-term fight against terrorism cannot be won. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the UK-Pakistan counterterrorism relationship is not a transactional arrangement. It is a strategic, long-term partnership grounded in shared concerted concerns and mutual respects. But we must be realistic. The threat we face, from ISKP and the TTP in Afghanistan to online radicalization in urban centers, are dynamic, asymmetric, and persistent. They require not only coordination between states, but also collaboration across civil society, education, finance, and the digital domains. The UK remains committed to a policy that is principled, preventative, and globally engaged, a policy that combines security cooperation with economic development diplomacy, intelligence sharing with institutional reform. Together with Pakistan, we must ensure that the forces of terror are not only disrupted, but ultimately discredited and dismantled. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. Mark, thank you very much. I covered the bilateral cooperation against the threat of terrorism very well. Pakistan and the UK have been over the years a very valuable cooperation against terrorism in different fields, addressing that issue. And you also raised that while dealing with the terrorist threat, the constitutional rights needs to be followed also. The difference between a terrorist and a state is the state follows constitution, terrorists don't follow any constitution. So I think it's an important point. Now I'll invite Lieutenant General Nasir Khan Janjua, who was the National Security Advisor and my boss also in that position. And before that, he commanded the Southern Command and did very valuable work in Balochistan, which people still remember. General Janjua, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Trying sincere, sir. Always on the top of affairs. Mr. Sadiq sir, Johar Salim sir, ambassadors, distinguished guests. faculty and students of universities, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Ever since the drawdown of US, there's a question which continues to haunt me. And I can share that question with you. That question is, after the drawdown, was this the time to reap the benefits of our sacrifices and sufferings, which we afforded for the last 4 decades plus? Or it was a time to bleed further? I'm sure after the drawdown, I think we should have been reaping the benefit of conclusion of this conflict, whatever way it went. And while we are bleeding, Mr. Johar Salim Saab wants us to find pathways to peace and prosperity in this turbulent time. First of all, very well done, Johar Salim Saab. Very well done, IRS. While you engage yourself in such initiatives, with such questions, all your team, starting from the door, all the way, they're all glowing, they're all jubilant with a purpose. And I really thankful that I can meet such wonderful people, and by your way, I can talk to them. I thank you very much. In this, that we have to find the ways for peace and prosperity. What is this turbulent time? Very briefly. A hostile Eastern Front, and now a hostile Western Front. On our one wing, we are hanging and carrying India. On the other, Afghanistan. And ourselves, we are sitting on a seesaw of global competition. This push and pull. So how do you continue to fly with such heavyweights on both your sides and with such global competition? I think we need to shed off some. We need to become lighter. And for this seesaw also, we have to think objectively as to what is the way forward. Because your 20 years have been eaten by USSR. Your next 20 years have been eaten by US and NATO. And do you want to give another 20 years to this global competition? What do you do? So let's better be clear. So finding pathways, I will touch all very briefly, and my suggestions. Then we'll do first India. Few words only. It has become a perpetual threat for us. We have always tried to coexist peacefully, but it doesn't seem plausible so far. Our disputes are not being resolved, they are rather multiplying. So the baggage between us is becoming heavier. And we don't see that a near future will offer us some pathways. For the present, for the ongoing situation, we have told them very clearly, don't come our way. Take care of your own house. All those who are accountable for such an act, which we condemn, don't come towards us. We'll be too clear. Period. Yes. For the future, ladies and gentlemen, I think our strength, our democratic values, our people, our economic progression will sustain this relationship with India, inshallah. And since we both are nuclear power, I hope from this crisis also and onwards, we learn fast that while we are both nuclear powers, we are capable to destroy each other. If we can't be friends, let's not be the enemy. Perhaps that should be our relationship with India, if that be it. Now coming to Afghanistan, under the shadow of terrorism. Please mark my words, under the shadow of terrorism. We are hurt. We did not expect this from Afghanistan. The TTP, which was defeated, dislocated by us, was housed there because we valued the sovereignty of Afghanistan. We did not expect that they will use the Afghans' soil and will hurt us. We are angry. Imtiaz Gul Sahab has sufficiently highlighted. But let me briefly face some cold, objective questions. Ladies and gentlemen, broken in 1971, USSR coming in Afghanistan in 79. Whatever the situation was at that time, our vulnerability situation. If we did not stand with Afghanistan, please listen to my question. If we did not stand with Afghanistan at that time, what would have been in Afghanistan? Because it was USSR, a superpower, coming to Afghanistan. A resilient nation can fight back. Let's for a time assume he did not stand with them. And there was USSR. So whose neighbor we would have been? USSR and India? Let's forget the theory of warm waters, because in hindsight we have become so scholarly that we say, no, he was not there for warm waters. So despite all endeavors, US and NATO could not succeed. Had they succeeded, who could have been our neighbor? It was NATO, India. Just look at it. So I want to highlight that this is the kind of relationship that we have with Afghanistan. Perhaps we have necessity for each other. What does Afghanistan offer you? But India offers us peace, okay, trade, resolution of disputes. What does Afghanistan offer you? A ready market, which can really multiply our private sector. Massive trade route. Massive energy corridor. Peaceful Western Front. Now, what has happened in Imtiaz Saab? What has happened? Now, please. There's Afghanistan, there's TTP. When TTP started attacking us, we looked at Afghanistan through the lens of TTP. This is very logical. Please connect with me. Like now, an event has happened in India, Kashmir, and they are looking at us through the lens of that event. And they are making a mountain of that mole. How are they treating us? So TTP and whatever they did, it is through that lens that we have been looking at Afghanistan. I personally feel that we should have looked at the TTP through the lens of Afghanistan to find a solution. Afghanistan under the shadow of terrorism. Look at it said. If you want to read terrorism first, it's your choice. If you want to read Afghanistan first, it's your choice. So this is what has happened in this ugly situation. And I personally feel that TTP has spoiled this show because it has hurt us. I personally feel that still there's a time that we resolve this issue through Afghan and we find a solution along with them of this TTP, rather than perpetual and continuous fighting. Let's shed off this load from our one wing. Second wing, we continue to hold and manage. CPAC is our one dream. Another dream of this connectivity is through Afghanistan. So combined, this makes us, George Limsa pathway, a massive trade route of Asia, connecting with Africa and Europe. I see a greater opportunity of our future in becoming a massive trade corridor. Because if we do that, we can become a massive trade hub, massive economic hub, massive industrial hub, and this huge province of Balochistan can be declared as Asia's province, industrial province. Imagine that whole of the Asia is behind you. You are the gateway of this Asia. You are the prosperity of this Asia. It's fine. India is today's darling. But in some ways, who will be the darling who benefits this world, this globe, the maximum? And we have that capacity. Let's do it. Let's change our lenses and make pathways. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Janjua Saab. I think very important points you have raised in your remarks, particularly sort of referring to the historic background and also giving us a very clear opinion on the future, on the way forward. So thank you very much. Before I start I think actually what we do is, if you have questions, I would suggest that write them down and send them to the stage or to one of our organizers here in the audience, so that these questions could be responded to. Do we have already some questions? Or no, not yet. Okay, so I'll wait for the questions in writing form, because I think this is the format we are following in this session. And as soon as we start getting the questions, I'll request the speakers to respond to them. Yeah. You can bring the questions right away, so. Yeah. It's an interesting question. I thought I'll cover it in my concluding remarks, but sir, General Janjua, I'll request you to answer to this question. Pakistan-Afghanistan ties boost human security and youth prospects instead of threats of terrorism. More questions?
I think this must have come from the back, from some university student. Sweetheart, all these good things are done for the humans and their progression, for their prosperity. So it is for, obviously, inbuilt is human security.
Yes.
The humans must benefit. So it's all about humans. It's all about you. But I missed out one important aspect. So, since the mic is with me, I did not answer you for this seesaw situation that we have the push and pulls. I think let's this situation get away. We should be in the center of the seesaw. And we should not be on this active seesaw. I think both sides need us. And we will help them, support them, whatever. Let's belong to all.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I have two questions. One is a very long question. I think I'll request the colleague who have written this question to actually say it because I'm very bad sort of in reading handwriting. The other question, short one, is as Taliban are a creation of Pakistan, how we have so bad relations with them when they are in power. Any speaker would like to respond to this? I think I'll address this in my concluding remarks if it's okay. Right. This question, is your question. Can you please very briefly, yeah. Mike, can you give? Rewrite it. It's very long actually, and read. Okay, I think you have to rewrite it. For General Janjua, there's a question. What is your take on people-to-people dialogue alongside the diplomatic talks? Sir.
Absolutely. It's the best mean to communicate, best mean to show that we value you. And without dialogue, you want to see the basic brick that you lay. Always do this, always do this.
Yes, there's another question. Do the Afghan understand the requirement of position of repatriation of its people? I think Imtiaz Gul Sahab, you should respond to this. Do they understand that they are their people, they are illegal in this country, why they should not go back? Do they understand this?
Thank you very much. I think most of them do understand that they are Afghans, that they come, if they come back or they're sent back, there's no problem with that. The problem is here. Should we send them back? And should we do it by force? Just because there are, I think, hundreds of thousands of Pakistanis, Indians, Afghans in other countries. So does this mean that they should be sent back? I mean, they will always, by ethnicity, they will remain Afghans. But the problem is, are we treating them, are we handling them accordingly without creating bad blood? So that is a problem. And this, I think, I shared this also with Sadiq Saab earlier, that we should have a legal framework as well as a long strategy to deal with the issue instead of coming up with, this issue of extensions in the proof of residence earlier in the Afghan citizen card. Every 6 months, all Afghans are just hanging by the thread, whether they will get an extension or not. It's always like a Damocles sword hanging over their head. So it has been very, I would say, unfair treatment of all those Afghans, particularly who are well settled, anchored into the Pakistan economy here.
I'm so sorry, actually the question was, what should be Afghanistan's thinking about it? They have illegal citizens in Pakistan. What is their responsibility? Do they understand that it's a requirement that illegal citizens will be sent back to their home country? That is the question, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there is no question about sending back, documenting the illegal Afghans. Anybody, for that matter, any alien has to be documented, has to be sent back, treated accordingly. I mean, there are no two opinions about that.
Well, next question is, in the context of global rivalries, what challenges Pakistan can face if it changes its lens of look at Afghanistan? Lens to look at Afghanistan, sir.
Since I have asked to change the lens.
Yeah.
Interchange our lenses. things right with Afghanistan. By way of dialogue, by way of understanding, by way of people-to-people understanding. If we improve the relationship, if we secure our western borders, if we resume trade and other things, I think it will be great between us, for South Asia, and how the world should look at it. In the peaceful proceedings is against no one. And how can you quit? And how can you hold your future hostage to what someone else will think? I'm sure US, NATO, there were different feelings for Afghanistan. And nobody is accepting the present setup. But it doesn't end here. We always have to live with Afghanistan. So our thought process has to be different than those who are at the helm of affairs for global power politics. So let's do what is possible, doable, and we must do it. And thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some questions. I think I should respond to them in my concluding remarks. I think that will be better because they're long questions and mostly they deal with the government policy. So I think it will be unfair to forward them to the other members of the panel. I'll try to address them. I hope I remember these questions now, which actually there are a lot of them. We sort of, this session is particularly about relationship between Pakistan and Afghanistan under the shadow of terrorism. Essentially, when we say terrorism, at the back of our mind is TTP today. TTP is a challenge. It's a problem. It is actually sort of made big dents to Pakistan-Afghanistan relationship. There is a history behind it. Some of the questions are regarding that. The other speakers also spoke about it. The dominant view in Pakistan was TTP is different than the Afghan Taliban till 3 years ago or 4 years ago. Although there were very strong voices saying that TTP and Afghan Taliban are one and the same thing. They are the two sort of faces of the same coin. These voices were also there, even in the circles, in the echelons where policies were made. It was sort of not a unanimous opinion that TTP and Afghan Taliban are different, even at that time. But of course, the view that they are different, that view prevailed while making policies or dealing with Afghan Taliban and dealing with TTP. There were times when we could have addressed TTP very easily. When sort of Zarb-e-Azab happened, the Operation Zarb-e-Azab happened, we actually did not continue, we did not follow through. They were displaced. Most of them went to Afghanistan. Some of them disappeared inside Pakistan. Some of them converted themselves into sleeper cells. But we stopped there. We did not continue that process, thinking that the problem is over because they are on the other side of the border. At that time, it seemed over because they went to the other side and they sort of started fighting against the foreign forces or Afghan National Army, under the command of Afghan Taliban. So that problem was sort of, for the time being, we were able to push it away from sort of Pakistan internally, but on the other side of the border. That needed to be followed up. In 2019, the Ashraf Ghani government announced Afghanistan first national security policy. And in that national security policy, they declared TTP as a threat to Afghanistan's national security and arrested a number of TTP commanders and put them in prison, several hundreds actually. It's a fact which was not reported widely in Pakistan or not acknowledged. We should have acknowledged that at that time. And that was a time, we could have addressed the TTP issue because Afghanistan also reached this conclusion in 2019 that TTP is a threat to their security. But somehow we could not focus on this issue and we did not address it. And then there were other opportunities also. For example, when we are sort of the Taliban were negotiating in Doha with the US and to Afghan government also to some extent. That was also a time we could have included the TTP issue there, but it didn't happen at that time. The conclusion was, and that went on actually for quite long time, for almost about a decade, that TTP will not be that big a problem. And as the sort of view, even in this audiences, which I can see from the questions which I received here, that, Afghan Taliban are Pakistan's friends, TTP is an enemy, and Afghan Taliban will side with Pakistan when the time comes. This argument I have heard in very important circles also, in the policy-making circles also. When the time comes, Afghan Taliban will choose 22 million Pakistanis, at that time 22 million, now it's 220 million Pakistanis, and not 3,000 or 4,000 or 6,000 TTP. But see how wrong we were. Because there are many other elements actually. There are many other elements to TTP, and there are many other elements and other consideration for the Afghan Taliban or the government in Afghanistan today, in which they have not been able to control TTP or could not do enough to satisfy Pakistan's concerns in this regard. Now, what's happening in Afghanistan today is the emirate, the government of Taliban, is controlling entire Afghanistan. It happened very rarely in Afghanistan. Afghanistan have 44,000 villages and towns, 44,000. Taliban control each one of that village, each one of that town. They have presence in every village, they control it. In public, you don't see sort of too many people, too many Taliban, other than cities, you don't see them sort of too obvious. Presence does not seem, but they are present everywhere, especially controlling the villages and towns, and even very small huts and very small towns also and villages from the mosque, essentially. So they have a presence everywhere, and that presence is very effective because they are the one who have weapons. They are the one who are still not tired of war. They're still ready to fight. Nobody else is in Afghanistan. Nobody else is ready to fight. Now that is, a fact, and that fact needs to be recognized. They don't have a challenge internally to their own government or their regime, their power in Afghanistan at this moment. But the fact is, it's not a homogeneous group in that sense because there are different people with different opinions. Every region have a different opinion, a different approach, and mostly, either is the sort of order of the Sheikh, Amir al-Mu'mineen, they follow that. Sometime, they go by consensus. So the issues get very muddled up, especially when it comes to dealing with organizations like TTP, Al-Qaeda, Tehreek-e-Taliban, Tajikistan, Uzbek Islamic Movement, ETIM. They have problems when they come to these issues because they say that these are the people, when they are fighting with the American NATO forces and Afghan National Army, these people help them. They sacrifice their lives for Afghan Taliban, fighting the foreign forces. They provided mostly the foreign organizations, the foreign terrorist organizations or militant organizations. They provide mostly the suicide bombers, trained the suicide bombers. They brought in money, they material support, they brought in weapon. They brought contact for the Afghan Taliban with the international weapon traders, also the same organizations. So they are under some kind of obligation there. And these organizations have very close friendship and associations with people who are in leading positions in Afghan Taliban today, including in the regions, in provinces, like commanders in the provinces, governors, other people, intelligence, of course, and also in Kabul and other cities. So that is a very complex situation where they think that they are under obligations from these organizations and they find it very difficult to take action against them. They would normally say that, they cannot take actions against them. They will use this argument with us, with Uzbeks, with Tajiks, with China, with everybody. They can't take action against them because if they take action, these people will simply cross the line. They will join Daesh. But at the same time, they also say that Daesh does not exist in Afghanistan. So actually, probably it's more sort of the internal dynamics of Afghanistan, their internal differences, which are there. I mean, it happens in every government, in every society. It's not a surprise. And particularly in case of Afghanistan, it's not a surprise that, there will be differences amongst people, whether they are ruling Afghanistan or whether they are in the opposition. So, that makes things very complex. And then you have people, specific people in Afghanistan, influential people who support these organizations. And it's not only TTP. I'm not talking only about TTP. I'm talking about other regional and international terrorist organizations. They have a certain support from certain quarters within the country. And then, the phenomenon which bothers us more now is TTP attacks when they come from across the border, from other side of the border. A number of Afghans join them. Like, if you look at the 71 suicide attacks or planning of suicide, failed or successful attacks, 22 suicide bombers were Afghan citizens. They had nothing to do with Pakistan or TTP in that sense, but they joined the TTP ranks and came here as suicide bombers, and they killed a lot of people here. They damaged us a lot with that action, and they're Afghan citizens. They are recognized Afghan citizens. We know who they were. We have their DNAs. We have their identification now. So, 22 is a very big number. But essentially, how this suicide bombing works, how the suicide bombers are trained. Essentially, they are sold. They are trained in camps, of course, but these camps will sell the suicide bomber to anybody. They'll sell it to TTP, they'll sell it to Afghan Taliban, they will sell it to Al Qaeda, they will sell it to ISKP, to Daesh. Essentially, suicide bombers in most cases, they call them Fidain, but essentially they are sold. They are young boys. They don't know what's happening. They are simply told, just this is the target, hit this target, you go to heaven. It's very simple. And it could be any side can use them. But the fact that, Afghan citizens, Afghan young men are volunteering for that or being sold for that, this is a big concern for us. Similarly, attacks there. Like 81 people were killed, 81 TTP intruders were killed in Waziristan just last week. A sort of sizable number, more than 2/3 already, more than 1/3 we already know that were not Pakistani citizens. They were not TTP. They were Afghan. They were from Lugar. They were from the province of Wardak, both provinces. They do not border Pakistan, and some eastern provinces. So, it's a phenomenon, the TTP phenomenon, which is becoming a challenge inside Afghanistan also. Because if they can volunteer with TTP today, they will volunteer with ISKP also. And this evidence we have seen. And there are reports on that. And I'm all talking open source reports. I'm not talking I'm not reading from any intelligence script or intelligence information. There are instances where an Afghan soldier, Afghan Talib or Afghan Mujahid, what they call, have joined TTP, then went to ISKP, and then went back to Afghan Taliban. So essentially, it's a syndicate. People are moving from one organization to the other organization. Not necessarily their sort of commanders or their leaders support it, but this is actually happening. Now, what happened is, since in last few months, the foreign assistance to Afghanistan have gone down. It have reduced in a big way. As a result, a lot of Afghan Taliban soldiers, they were released from their job. They are not getting their salaries. They were told to go home because they have no job there. Some of them actually have joined now these international organizations, in which TTP is, of course, the biggest recruiter at this moment. Is the biggest recruiter at this moment. And of course, ISKP is also a recruiter, but ISKP naturally, Afghan Taliban, as one of the speakers mentioned here, were very effective in controlling ISKP. But they were able to control ISKP because there was no difference of opinion amongst Afghan Taliban when it came to ISKP. All of them thought that ISKP is an enemy. That is not the case necessarily when you talk about other terrorist organizations. Now, in one sentence, if you ask me why they are supporting TTP, where did we go wrong? I think we went wrong. When we concluded that Afghan Taliban and TTP were two different things, we didn't realize that every TTP leader had taken oath of allegiance with the Amir of Afghan Taliban. They took oath of allegiance with Mullah Omar, with Akhtar Mansour, with Sheikh Habatullah. Every single time when there was a new Amir, TTP leaders took oath of allegiance with them. But somehow, we were hoping that, they are two different organizations and they will act actually differently when it comes to when they have to choose between Pakistan and Afghanistan. This is part of the part of the issue which we are facing now, but also we see some actions also now on the Afghan side. You can see that, probably, there are reports also in social media, particularly, the Afghan government or the Taliban administration is trying to stop Afghan citizens from joining TTP. But the fact is, TTP is still armed, although nobody else in Afghanistan can carry arms unless they are part of the Taliban forces, their armed forces. Nobody else is allowed to carry arms. But TTP is still carrying arms. So that is sort of an important, that's an important issue. I'll sort of very quickly address some of the questions. Imtiaz Gul Sahib raised a number of questions in his remarks, I think sort of very important, very pertinent. I'll agree to sort of most of the issues, most of the problem raised by Imtiaz Gul. Particularly, our behavior with Afghanistan should not be that of a big brotherly treatment. We should not give them that treatment. We should treat them equal. We should treat them with respect. We can get a lot of things done in Afghanistan just only by treating them as equals or treating them with respect. The policy, of course, Imtiaz had questioned the policy that is whimsical and, we have knee-jerk reactions. That is not about Afghanistan alone. Most of the things, this is how we do things. But sometimes, no policy is also a policy. And we sort of, at times, we adopt to the real situation. So it's not a policy at times, it's just reaction to the developments and reaction to the threats which emanated at a certain time instead of a long-term thinking. So that is a problem. I think we have, there's a mistake we have been making. Treating refugees as leverage, I don't think that we have done that. Statements, yes. We always make this mistake that we mention to Afghans that we have kept 5 million, 4 million, 3 million refugees in Pakistan for 40 years. Actually, this is for Afghans to say that Pakistan has hosted them. And they do say that in meetings. That in every high-level meeting, Afghan leaders do mention it. So, generally, for us, it doesn't look nice that we should mention this. Let Afghans mention it. And my experience with them is over last 20, 30 years, they always mention that Pakistan have kept a large number of refugees and they have treated them well. About, refugees going back, or I'll say that illegal sort of Afghans going back because their status is not that of refugees. They go back and, sort of there is a propaganda, videos or reels coming out when they cross border. That problem will always be there. When you are not sending them, it was still there. And as far as mistreatment is concerned, for example, if you have received 10 complaints of mistreatment through media, through social media, when we investigated, we sent people, there was nothing. There were videos from areas where there was no refugee living, but their sort of videos came from those areas. That is one thing. Secondly, if the treatment is so harrowing or, so terrible, why these people are coming back, So, we also have to think about it. As far as propaganda against Pakistan is concerned, it will happen. It will continue to happen in Afghanistan. There is no way out of it. Whatever you could do, you'll have this problem. This, I have a very personal experience, the Chaman border was closed, and everybody knows that, at least who dealing with Afghanistan, I'm sort of very much against closing borders or closing trade or transit and all these things. But, Chaman border was closed for 5 days, and we had about 60,000 Afghans waiting on the other side to cross over to Pakistan. The moment the border was open, what we saw was most of them started tweeting, saying that Pashtuns are treated very badly. Pashtuns and Baloch are treated very badly in Pakistan. The moment they cross the border, then another thing, for example, refugees on a truck from Karachi with all their households and their family on the truck on top of it, they'll fly Afghan flag, the old Afghan flag, right? From Karachi right up to Torkham, nobody stops them. Nobody stops them. The moment they reach the 0 point and about to cross Afghanistan, they just take up that flag, throw it in the garbage, because they cannot dare take that flag to Afghanistan on the other side. So you can see that the kind of bad treatment we are giving them here. So there are instances of bad treatment. The police will treat me, they'll treat me badly if they don't know who I am, right? Or if I don't introduce myself. Everybody sitting in this room, every Pakistani sitting in this room, if you deal with the police, they'll treat you badly. It's bad. It should not happen. But these instances will happen. But believe me, all the refugees, I'm in touch with them who go there. Most of them would like to come back. And according to UNHCR report, people who went back, let's say in 2021 and 22, 53% refugees came back. Refugees or illegal sort of came back. And we are trying to make it easy for them. The Deputy Prime Minister and Foreign Minister, Mr. Sagrar, when he was in Kabul, we actually announced a number of measures. Those are being implemented. The number of complaints initially were very big, although most of those complaints, fortunately, I would say, were wrong. But now there are very few complaints. There are, hotlines, people can call on them, very, very few complaints. People are visiting them. Police is under instructions to treat them well. How much that instruction is followed, it could be questioned, would always be questioned. But the thing is, they are illegals in Pakistan, and naturally, it's very difficult for any society, for any country to go. When Taliban took over Afghanistan in 2021, since then, more than 800,000 Afghans came to Pakistan, and most of them illegal. 96,000 out of 800,000 were accommodated in rest of the world, in West. They are the people who work for an embassy in Afghanistan, or for an embassy in Afghanistan, or work for foreign troops, or work in international NGOs. 96,000 people. But everybody else actually was accommodated by Pakistan for several years now already. Some of these people are sort of went back. Some of these people went back, took visas and come back. But this threat is there. This problem is there. Probably we could have handled it better. There's no doubt in that. And then, for, Afghanistan-Pakistan relationship, I think that the approach of projecting soft power by both, is more important than, displaying hard, hard power. Afghanistan should not be projecting the terrorist organizations, whether intentionally or unintentionally. We should not be using threatening language or going for a hard option. Soft power will actually work for both of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I am now pleased to invite President IRS, Ambassador Johar Salim, for his vote of thanks.
China's modern, wow. Okay. So I could have managed without it, okay. So the first one was on China's modernization and the potential it carried for the region, for our region. And the second one, of course, relations with Afghanistan under the shadow of terrorism. Two excellent sessions, amazing sessions, two chairmen, most eloquent and resourceful, who managed these two sessions in an amazing manner. Senator Mushahid Hussain Saeed and Ambassador Mohammad Sadiq. We had some very noteworthy keynote speakers. Dr. Shamshad Akhtar for the first session, and of course, former National Security Advisor, General Nasir Janjua. In these two sessions, as you would have noticed, there were different perspectives, and that's exactly what we want. Very comprehensively covered, very candidly covered as well. I mean, these opinions are not ours, but we want all these opinions to be highlighted because this is an intellectual discussion. This is exactly what we want. We want honest, we want candid, we want insightful, and we want objective opinions. Well, opinions, that seems like an oxymoron. If opinions can be objective, but of course, objective discussions in terms of people expressing their views honestly and in terms of presenting their analysis, whatever they believe in, whatever they think. And of course, these are all very high caliber experts. As you notice, we had some from China as well for the earlier session, and we had some from the UK for this session. So I'd like to now extend and express on behalf of myself and all my team here at IRS our profound thanks to the two session chairmen, to the keynote speakers, and all the panelists of these sessions, and all of you for being here. Please join me in a big hand of applause for all our participants, delegates. Thank you.
I now request President IRS, Ambassador Johar Salim, to present the panel with IRS souvenirs, starting with Pakistan's Special Representative for Afghanistan and Special Assistant to the Prime Minister, Ambassador Sadiq Khan. Pakistan's former National Security Advisor, Lieutenant General Nasir Khan Janjua. Executive Director of the Center for Research and Security Studies, Mr. Imtiaz Gul. And lastly, Counterterrorism Officer of the British High Commission in Islamabad, Mr. Mark McCockle. I now request the panel to gather on the stage for a group photo along with the session organizers, and then we can move on to lunch. Thank you.